can also log on to Legend Suburban Wi-Fi to make comments and also post on social media as well. With the hashtag NYSC21 and let the youth decide. Alright, so let's come to you, madam. Please introduce yourself. And introduce yourself first.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Honorable Minister. My name is Oneka Jane Chinyere. I'm representing a uniform organization, which NAVO, National Voluntary Uniform Organization, NFCT here. So, I am here to lead with the minister.
It's not to play.
Okay.
It's a conversation.
All right.
Now, the minister has actually set a tone. What are the specific agenda that you make for focal points that you want the government to attend to? He mentioned, for instance, INEC. Is it in the reduction of costs? What are the specific focal areas that you want the government to really attend to, or specific agencies that are government in fact you want to be attended to, that will actually ensure that there's inclusivity, there's participation, and there's empowerment for youth in Nigeria?
As a uniform voluntary organization, when you check this nation, in all the states, you will see voluntary uniform personnel. So I want the government to at least include the youth in all over the federation to be like watch a neighborhood watch. Anything government is doing, include them, because when they're out there and they're not included, there will be a lot of social vices among the youth. So even the grants that is meant for all this volunteerism, that the ministry that is coming, maybe 75% of it, government should see a way that they should include all the youth in the whole federation, so that it will reduce crime. When they are being accommodated, they will assist the government in the security, in the sense that wherever there is government gathering, or even if in their community, they should include all these volunteer youth to be among them. And as we talk in the governance, youth supposed to be a voice in the decision making. I believe that it's time for the youth of this nation to start participating in politics. Our president should be a youth that is not even up to 50 years, so that in decision making, and they will put the implementation. Because what I noticed in this nation, supervision is lacking among our government. So if youth are involved with their energy, they will be able to achieve a lot of things, be able to put things in place and help this country to be united as one, and we'll move forward, providing more industry for us, the youth. Once you are out of school, you will see where you were engaged. You will avoid a lot of youth loitering the streets. By so doing, I think Nigeria will be a better place. Even encourage the skill acquisition program, which is going on in the nation, but we need more of them. After the skill acquisition, youth need money to sponsor themselves, to start something. A lot of youth in this nation, we are so creative that when opportunity is being given to us, we will do exploits. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So now we're going to take two suggestions from the audience. One male, one female. Hold on. Four of them. Let's have four. Two male. No. You already called that. So let's have. No, please go back. Two females. Please go back.
Let's do this. Give him the mic. Well, let's do this. Can you take a promise from me that you will sit down? If you want to speak, just stand up. The microphone. Let's do it. You know this is not tidy. Just stand up. Raise up your hand, the mic will move around. Please make your contributions very short. People are taking notes. This is being recorded for posterity, so that when we do certain things, we know that suggestions came from here. So once you stand up, you can speak from where you are so that you are within your people. Okay?
Build the youth!
Hello?
Build the youth! Alright, my name is Leko Biliamin Over. I'm the state chairman, National Youth Council of Nigeria, Lagos State Chapter. And I believe this is a good forum for us to actually say those things that actually bother us as young people. The Honorable Minister, thanks for putting this together. Also, let me recognize the presence of the National President of the Youth Council, Gome Sokubo. The first thing that comes to my mind is this, sir. There is a need for us to create a ministry, a youth department in all our local governments. We all know that every politics is local. We can't continue to concentrate on the federal and the state to oversee the affairs of young people at the grassroots level. Creation of youth departments in all the local governments in Nigeria is very important. That's my first point. My second point is this, sir. Nigeria is ripe for us to have a Nigerian Youth Charter Right Bill. There's a need for us to have a bill that states clearly that these are your rights as a Nigerian youth. So, sir, this is a proposal on your table, sir. Let's have a Nigerian Youth Charter Right Bill, so that even when a police officer stops you on the road, as a youth in Nigeria, you've seen this charter right that you have as a young people, and you can tell him that these are my rights. I don't think I've done anything to experience police harassment from you. And also, sir, one thing that I think we have to start doing is this. Politics in Nigeria is too expensive. And I discovered that even most of the political parties that we have today, the amount we will pay on nomination forms, as a young person, a young man who has dream to serve his fatherland, and you ask him to pay ₦1 million or ₦2 million to purchase a nomination form. Though fine, not too young to run bill was passed, but sir, Nigerian politics is too expensive, and even the not too young to run bill may not come to reality if care is not taken. And another thing I want to emphasize is this, sir. Most times when policymakers are coming up with these policies, they don't ask us that, okay, what's your view as young people? You can't make a law for me and my input is on it. So I advise that going forward, no matter little the policy is, ensure that when you're doing your public hearing, young people are represented and their views comes to life. Another one, lastly, sir, that I think it is very important is this. Dissemination on information. Communication is very important. Most times, us that we are at state level, we don't get information of what is happening at the Federal Ministry of Youth. So I think there should be a way to cascade information to the grassroots. So when the Federal Ministry of Youth is doing something at the Lagos State, I'm the state chairman, I should be able to get that information and take it down to the grassroots where we have our local branches and level of acres. And I believe these are little things that will help us to move forward. Thank you.
I think we should clap for him.
Let's clap for him. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Comrade Israel Jones, a delegate representing Delta State. We are Deltans, and that's why we are known for the good heart. So please, I want to, a lot of youths here have said, have a lot of things to say, but let me narrow deep down to the peculiarity, 2 minutes, okay, the peculiarity of this conference. The minister, sir, you said we should talk about suggestions that will constitute our action plan for this National Youth Conference, which is the first. If we do not discuss the difference that will make a difference in this conference, we may end up not making any difference from different conferences we have been having in the past. As youth, sir, if we do not talk about the recent happening of the country in this youth conference. It's assumed that we have betrayed a lot of youth here. I want to talk about the NSAS, sir, the NSAS. There are things that led, factors that led to the NSAS protest, which started in Delta State, specifically in Ughelli local government of Delta State. This National Youth Conference, sir, I do not know, and we do not know the symbolic metaphor that's making it hold on the 1st of November. So I want to move, sir, that the National Youth Conference on Youth Day in Nigeria should be 20th of October. Instead of mobilizing security forces to the Lekki to get to everywhere to stop youth from protesting, it should be a symbol that people fought for us and a tragedy struck at a particular date in history. Whether we are debating that people were killed or people were not killed, it should be symbolic that National Youth Day or Freedom Day for Nigeria should be 20th of October. I so move, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Moderator, can you move the mic around? People are standing. Moderator, I think you should move and hand over the mic yourself. You have a mic with you. Go to the middle of people. You have to stand where you are, please.
Hi. Well, let me give the female first.
A man and a woman. Stay where you are and speak. So we can move quickly.
Good day, everyone. My Honorable Minister, all protocol observed. My name is Chibugo Queen Onyaba. I'm from Abia State. Sir, please, before I start, I would like Nigeria to understand the impact of youth in a nation. According to Bible says that the young ones shall see vision while the old one will be in their house dreaming. There is no how you will involve the youth if you don't give them space. I would like to please
Please, madam, can you
the nation that they should give the youth space to come into the power so that we shall carry this nation forward, because for old ones leading us, they are taking us back. And you know that the youth, they will move this nation forward. So therefore, let the nation allow the youth to come into power so that we can move this nation forward. For example, the way I think is not the way an 70 or 80 years old man or woman can think. So therefore, there is no two ways about it, is that if they give us, we youth, if they involve us in this nation, we will take this nation up. For example, there is no how none of the ministers in this nation, there is no youth in this nation, there is no, all the ministers, there is no youth that are heading the ministers. None of the senators are youth, none of the governors are youth. When a youth comes out, they will not even allow the youth even to contest. So when the old people continue leading this nation, there is no how this nation will move forward. So they should allow us, give us tickets, involve us in everything so that this nation can move it on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Let's have somebody from the north, please. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, good morning. My name is Honorable Solomon Tablo Pepia from Nasarawa State, and I'm also the National President of Global Alliance for Peace and Unity in Nigeria. First and foremost, Honorable Minister, I want to thank you for this wonderful golden opportunity you have given to the youth of Nigeria. This is the first time we are having this kind of interface to meet with people from south, west, north, and the eastern part of Nigeria. The first suggestion I want to do, sir, is that try and create a database or a register for all well-meaning Nigerian youth organizations to come and register so that you can know what activities they are doing. At least if any organization have a program in Nigeria, be it what, be it unity program, be it football match that will help the youth come together, you need to know because you are the #1 youth of Nigeria. So get the list of all the organizations that are registered under corporate affairs to be under your watch, sir. That is #1. #2, I think the youth of Nigeria need to know the importance of working together. The North, the South, the West. Honorable Minister, I want to plead with you. After this conference, create a program that will enable us go to the East, that will enable us go to the West, that will enable us go to the South. Because when we're not interfacing, somebody from the North will sit down and be thinking that somebody from the East is different from somebody from the South or not. So after this national program, we want to meet with ourselves in different regions, in different locations to know and appreciate the beauty of being in one country together. So I think I made my point. Thank you very much.
No, please, no. Please, the instruction was go and sit down. If you are not seated, you will not get the mic. I'm sorry. The instruction was that you sit down. Please go and sit down. Please go and sit down. Yeah. No.
Make sure you give a lady
Please.
and a guy and a man, male and female. We are gender sensitive.
Please sit down.
Big,
I
give
don't
that
know.
lady.
Sit down. 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable Commissioner, thank you for this opportunity. Honorable Minister. Okay, first of all, I'd like to appreciate the National Assembly for the direct primaries that has come to the table of the President. And I'd like to ask that the President should look into that. #2, it is true that the Not Too Young to Run bill has been passed. But the problem is that since we are talking about youth inclusiveness, Nigerian youths are ready to run. But the major issue is that they are poor to run. They may be available for positions, but they do not have the resources to run for such positions. Then, since we are also talking about youth inclusiveness, we cannot talk about youth inclusiveness without talking about gender inclusiveness. It is very important that women and youth, female youth, are given opportunities to run for offices, and they are also directly empowered based on their capacity to lead. Again, it is very important to look into employment because even the insecurity issues that we are having in the nation is as a fallout of the high unemployment rate in the country. If there are no factories, if there are no industries, if there are no multinationals, if there are no investors coming into the country to do businesses, youth will not have the opportunities to have jobs, as well as entrepreneurship. When entrepreneurship is encouraged from the grassroots level, where we have a lot of talented young people in Nigeria who do not have the capital to even fund their small-scale businesses. When that is done, then insecurity as a major problem will also be curbed to a certain level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move to this side now. Yeah. Please, quickly.
Thank you. My name is Chibona Nkwocha from Abia State. Please, sir. Yes.
Sorry, just hold on. Let me just hold on. I know why. Hello. Let me have someone from the north, please. Are you from the north? No, hold on. We've spoken. Hold on.
Good morning, sirs.
Oga, if you come-
Good
if you
morning,
come close, as in that's
distinguished minister. And I'm standing on the duly observed protocol. My name is Ibrahim Ramatalare, representing Niger. Sir, I would like to suggest that the Ministry of Youth should have 50% of youth involved in the ministry. That's my first suggestion. And the second suggestion is that I would like for the National Assembly to bring in youth to be actively involved in decision-making about youth. How do you make a decision for me when you don't understand my problem? Those are the basic problems between parents and children initially. A teenage child will naturally feel that his parent doesn't understand these problems. So when the ministry bringing youth to be involved in decision-making about youth, naturally, the bridge between the old and the new will be filled. And I believe that people in their 80s can never understand what a child at 20 is thinking. So thank you very much.
Build the youth. Build the youth. Standing on the existing protocol, please. I believe the aim of this conference will be defeated if the issue of insecurity in the north is not being treated. If you look at the north today, we have communities that are paying ransom to bandits. Our loved ones are being kidnapped and we are asked to pay ransom, and we are still living in Nigeria. The most painful part of it is that you will have the media saying so billions of naira have been given to purchase arms. And in the next year, you hear that a specific person embezzled it. We are the youth, and issues that threaten our existence, issues that threaten our community must be ironed out completely here today. I am therefore suggesting that if the Nigerian army or the security agents cannot protect our brothers, our families, our community and the territory in the north, it is ideal that the youth, in their respective areas should be supported either with arms so that they can protect themselves from bandits. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Please, we've taken about 7 comments.
Hello.
You must allow us to respond. We've taken 7 comments. Moderator, please come back. Let me make an appeal. Great Nigerian youth, you know that order is very important. At least 7 of your colleagues have spoken. Let us have a 3-minute response to some of what they have said. 7 comments are a lot. They are all being noted. But I've also realized that since I'm here as the minister, my colleague minister is also here, the Minister of State, Budget and National Planning will also speak. These are some of the ministers that support me very fiercely when it comes to any youth issue. So we're going to come back and take the final set of 5 questions or comments or suggestions. I want to urge you to be brief. Forget protocols. Yeah, youth, go straight. You know the way you talk when you're in your meetings. Just go straight. Let us hear from you. This must be business-like. Secondly, not everybody can get the mic. If the mic gets to you, speak. If it doesn't get to you, the next session starts at 10:30. You can speak. After that, there's another session. You can speak. After that, the EFCC chairman will be here. You can speak. So please, thank you so much for your cooperation. And I will just respond for 2 minutes. I will turn it over to the Minister of State Finance to respond. Then I will give the CLTC DG to speak for 1 minute, and then we'll bring it back to you, because this is your conversation. Now, let me take it from the last speaker. Insecurity in the nation. And I'm glad you came up with a suggestion. And you know, I was writing on my notepad, what do you want government to do? Then as I was writing, I heard you say, every youth should be given a gun. Then my pen stopped writing. You know why? Let's be factual. Even in America, where you can get a license to get a gun, youth in peace and security, and we'll work with the youth organizations. The other thing that will happen is this. You know, before any youth can have a gun, it has to go through the National Assembly. But that is not the solution. We would like to see that more youth are involved. That's what I expected to hear. Employ more youth in paramilitary organizations. Create a certain percentage for youth inclusion. If FRSC, if our civil defense, etc. are employing, make sure that 40%, 30% of them are youth, as paramilitary, as volunteers. That's the kind of suggestion I want to hear from you. You put that down, I promise you, I'll push it through. Now, I hear about database. I hear about youth contesting for political office, the cost of buying forms, the cost of campaign. I have a suggestion here. The youth must consider what we call political cooperatives. Pull your resources together. Each of you want to become a member of House of Representatives, House of Assembly. You don't have the resources. Why don't 5 of you come together? Decide that 2 of you will run. Use your resources of 5 persons to support 2 people to get there. By the time these 2 people get into office, they will get resources and influence to support all of you and pull you along. If you don't do cooperative political action, you end up that none of the 5 of you will get into office. You either choose to support 2 to actualize that, or you stay 5 and you don't actualize it. Think about political cooperatives. It's done everywhere. Push 2 of your people into power, and then they can get there and also assist the 3 or 4 or 5 that are part of that cooperative. I know I'm not supposed to be responding to this because it's going to go into the action plan, but I just think it's important to give a feedback to know that we are on the same page with you, we're thinking like you, and we're going to push this forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Can I invite the Honorable Minister for Finance, State, Budget and National Planning, Honorable Clem Agba, who in 3 minutes would actually also share with you what the government, through the ministry, is doing to engage and empower the youth.
Please, while he's Rachel will go around. He will take the names of the 4 people that will speak, so we don't have a rowdy scene. Please go and negotiate and have the names of 4 people that will speak. Is that okay? Thank you.
Yeah, first let me thank my brother, Sunday Dari, for putting this together. Sunday and I are both chairs in what we call the Open Government Partnership. I am the current... Can you hear me? I am currently the co-chair of the Open Government Partnership, and Sunday is the incoming co-chair of Open Government Partnership. And one of the things that we believe in the open government
is the issue of inclusiveness, engagement. And that's why open government partnership is made up of not only government, but civil society organizations. In the course of your making your remarks, I picked out two things. One is the involvement of youth in policies of government. And there is this belief that youths are not being involved. Secondly is the issue of monitoring and evaluation. And I want to speak to those two. Everything in life starts with a plan, right? If you want to build a house, you need to have a plan. It is your plan that will determine the budget for that house, and then how your resources will now be put together. The plan that the Nigerian government has been using as a long-term plan is called the Vision 2020, and then the short-term plan is an economic recovery and growth plan. These two plans expired last year. And we already have a new plan in place, although it has not been unveiled. But talking about the youth, we deliberately ensured that of the 26 technical working groups that are developing the next medium-term national development plan for the country, that we have youths in all of them. At the central working group, which collates all the work of the 26 technical working groups, we have the Nigerian Youth Council as member. At the National Steering Committee, which is the apex body for the plan, we also have youths that are involved. We have also considered gender issues, because when you say youth, sometimes they are both male and female, but a lot of emphasis seems to be given to the men, so we had to create a gender technical working group, especially that is run by the women. We have also ensured that of these 26 technical working groups, at least in 8 of them, they are chaired by youths, and in about 5 or so of them are chaired by women. We have brought in the physically challenged because they are Nigerians. We have looked into the various diversities that we have in our country and ensured that we have brought in people of diverse views to develop the plan. Mr. President even went further to approve that we involve the different political parties. So, we have the PDP, APC, and ABGA involved in the development of the plan, because we want the plan to be a national development plan, not an APC plan. In this plan, we have all the 36 states involved. We have the 774 local governments involved. And they have all sent in delegates to represent them in the development of the plan. So I just want to assure you that your voices are being heard, even before you mentioned it, because this government considers that the youths are the beacon of our hope. So if you are putting a plan for the future, it is not 80 years old or 70 years old that should develop it, because they are not going to be there in the next 30 years for the plan implementation. And then the issue of monitoring and evaluation. Sometime in 2019, a group of young men walked to me in my office and told me that they believe that we can use technology to monitor federal government projects across. And it gave me the ideas of how we can use geospatial technology to develop an app, which we are currently working on. Yes, I was frustrated in the development of the plan because some people believe that these are youths, they are young men, and they can do nothing. But I believed in them. For me, I was more interested in the age of their ideas than in their actual age. And I want to tell you that that app is 95% ready. It's going to be available to all Nigerians, those who have Android phones, so that they can download it on their phone. And then you can help us go to federal government projects and tell us what you feel about them. You can even take pictures of those projects, and they will come to us with latitude and longitude so that we know for sure where those projects are. But these are youths that are developing this, and we have given them that opportunity. And this government, like I said, believes in the power of our youths. I hope I'm not too old. I can be considered a youth. And that Sunday, too, can also be considered as a youth. But I thank you all for the enthusiasm that you have shown, for the passion that you have shown. And it is only together that we can build a very viable country, a country that will grow and be able to empower its people. One of the things I know, because I'm not supposed to start unveiling the details of the plan, I know that one of the focus areas of the youths was based on 3 E's: to engage, to empower, and then employ. And it is by unlocking all the sectorial, that's the interlocking sectors, that we'll be able to unlock these opportunities that will create employment and agenda growth of our country. Thank you very much for giving me.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Moderator, I know you know we're sharing this role together. There's a suggestion I did not respond to, and we're going to come back to you. The question about having a database for the youth and youth organizations. Let me tell you, at the ministry, even up until last week, we registered about 2 or 3 youth organizations. We have over 1,000 plus youth organizations registered at the ministry. But let me also tell you that the ministry is working with the NYSCN. The NYSCN is a federal government recognized youth umbrella body in the country. So when we get this database of youth that we have, we'll share it with NYSCN. But I urge you, as individuals, as groups, please come under the NYSCN. And then because they have an executive, they will work with the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and then we can both develop a robust database. One, for youth organizations. That is the only way to go. We can't register every single youth. There's the national population database for every Nigerian. But every youth organization that you form that is legitimate and registered, share that information. NYSCN remains the umbrella body, and we can work together with them. So we turn it over now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Before we go to the audience, I would just like to introduce our guests as well. 2 of our guests that walked in while the session was ongoing. We have Mr. Kenneth Aimufia. He's a representative of the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing. He's here present. Please, can you indicate? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Welcome. Then we also have Mrs. Afsat Mohammed Baba, Commissioner, Ministry of Human Services and Social Development, Kaduna State, representing the Governor of Kaduna State. Thank you very much, ma'am. You're welcome. Thank you. So can we have questions from the audience?
We have just 7 minutes to wrap up this panel, because the next panel starts, and the panelists are here from Kaduna, from Minister of Works and the rest, so we can move on. So 7 minutes to wrap up this panel. Thank you very much.
Please, those of us that are standing on the right side towards the entry there, please, can you go back to your seats? Thank you. Please go back to your seats. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister, sir. Standing on already existing protocol, I am Ashley Alubi. The National Youth Service Corps is by far the largest youth organization in Nigeria. And since 1973, when it was established, it has done so much in raising youth, giving them entrepreneurial skills, and doing so much more for young people, making them leaders. We are here advocating for a trust fund, an NYSC trust fund. There is so much more that we can do for the young people that serve this nation. We have a lot of people going to their places of primary assignments. They are not given anything, and the labor is just used. These organizations just keep using them, not giving them anything. But I believe if we have a trust fund, we can support young people that come out of, maybe give them grants. We can give grants to young people to start their own businesses. We talked about young people not having money here to pursue their own personal interests or even go into politics. We can do a lot for our camps. Our camps are dilapidated. They are in such terrible states. A lot of young people travel all over Nigeria. I came from Cross River State, for example, all the way to Abuja. Imagine if I did not have anyone here in Abuja to stay with, I'd be stranded because accommodation here is so expensive. So this trust fund could help us get accommodations for young people. It could help us get transportation. We hear issues of young people getting kidnapped on the roads while they are traveling just because they are. So please, we beg of you, Honorable Minister, sir, please help us push the idea of the trust fund. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. That was a brilliant submission. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister for Youth and Sport Development, other invited guests, my fellow Nigerian youth, Honorable Minister, permit me to humbly and most respectfully stand on the existing protocol. My name is Comrade Shetima Umar. I am from Borno State, a member of the 4th session of the Nigerian Youth Parliament. Let me start by commending the effort of the federal government for believing. You said? Well, my suggestion, let me go straight to the point. Honorable Minister, sir, the young people did not have the capacity in terms of finance to contest for political positions. But we believe that the government can make specification of some political offices for the young people. Because if we say the youth will contribute money for other young people, for them to contest for political positions, they can only succeed on some basis, but still for them to get the ticket of a political party is very complex. I contested for member of the Borno State House Assembly, but the problem is the youth will support you to buy the form, but for the youth to influence the delegates is a very big tax because the old people have hijacked all the process. So I want to advise the government, even if the government will not allow the young people to be in the elective positions, there should be specification of some political appointment that will go solidly for the youth. Because I believe that the young people can be both chairmen and board members. Because one thing we know in this country is board members can only go there to advise the government. And I believe that we are all intellectuals, we are all graduates, and we can advise the government and say, okay, fine, this is what is meant for the youth. So with all due respect, Mr. Honorable Minister, I believe that even before leaving this place, you can choose young people and make them to be part of some political positions that are meant for the youth. Thank you very much, and I remain Comrade Shetima Umar from Borno State.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Aisha Saliu. I'm from Kaduna State. My suggestion and my question and my complaint are, Honorable Minister, youth inclusive and governance and security employment is not complete. Why I say so is that since yesterday I've been in this room, nobody mentioned people with disability in their speech.
Can we carry a round of applause for her, please?
Yes. And that youth empowerment that is going on after COVID-19 is not enough. Why I say so is that there is no proper announcement of that project. And we people with disability and most of our youth are not carried along. So we are not empowered, sir. People with disability, we are facing difficulties to pay our children's school fees. We want them to be educated. We have many youth. Are there any person with disability in your ministry, sir? We want to be inclusiveness. We want to carry along, sir. We want that inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bola Tito Fashri. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the privilege, and thank you for this program. We really appreciate. First of all, I want the Nigerian youth to note that we cannot eradicate the older ones in politics just because we want to be there. We need their guidance. We cannot do an exclusion. But our involvement in Nigerian politics today, Mr. Honorable Minister, sir, the first thing I think we should have is annual youth convention, where we can all gather together as one body from the southwest, the north, the east. Then we have this annual youth convention, but we don't want it to be politicized. We don't want they're sending, let's say, the PDP. Let everybody be involved. Let a state representative be involved for the annual youth convention, and let it be well funded, that no delegate be stranded, so that it looks like everyone is properly carried out. Yes, we are the leader of today, not even tomorrow. Today starts. And at the same time, the problem of Nigeria did not just start today. It was from the day of amalgamation. So we need to understand that every step, every paperwork has to be implemented. We need proper implementation. And at the same time, as you are the Honorable Minister, you can also try to get people from different zones. Let them be like deputies to you. They can relate. So even when any opportunity is coming down, they can get from zone to zone. Most times when there are these opportunities, they don't even believe in it. When they are on online programs, most people don't even get involved because they don't trust the system of the country. So we need to have deputies that can relate these issues or opportunities to the general public, that things are being done, and let's trust the system. The system is porous, but we still believe in it. We can have a good Nigeria if you push us, if there is a drive. The youth can move forward. So far, there is proper funding. Let's go back to our education sector. Let's start it all over again. Please, Mr. Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Bola Tito. Is that the last person?
Yes. Honorable Minister, my name is Right Honorable Toba Fatula. I'm the Speaker of the Youth Parliament and the Chairman Conference of State Youth Parliament Speakers in Nigeria. I have 2 points. The first one is there should be an intentional quota system for the youth in this country. You mentioned something the other time about maybe forming a cooperative thing. That will not work. Why not bring down the nomination form fee for the youth? If the money bags, people with deep pocket, when they come into this, they will use that to push us aside because we do not have deep pocket. Please, how can we bring down the nomination form fee? Then again, can we work with INEC so that there can be a form of curating the quota system? Then our political parties, we need to yield space for our youth. In the political parties, relate PDP, APC, all the political parties. Let's say these particular positions should be ceded to the youth. Then the number 2 I'll talk about is mentorship. I think mentorship is very important. Can we take it further in the country by domiciling it in the state? Can we have it step down into the local government, creating an intentional mentorship space? Why our youth are running after immediate gratification is the fact that they do not have some basic knowledge of things. What if in our ministries, in our state, we have a particular space where mentorship is being carried out? I think this will change the orientation of Nigerian youth and will rightly place us at that line of leadership. So when you are retiring from politics, or when your generation is going out, you will trust our capacity that we can take on the reins of leadership of this country and do it better than you. If it is not curated, it will be like shortchanging the youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have the mic, please?
Thank you very much.
Can we have the mic, please?
Please, can we just listen, please? The moderator will make an announcement, but please, we have a panel that's supposed to start at 10:30. We have to be disciplined with time. We've run over by 10 minutes. I want to plead with those on my far right that want to ask questions. You have an opportunity at the next session. Please, what I want to do now is come to my right, on my left, and we want just 5 people. 5. Only 5 people will get 1 minute each. That's very important. Two, we are talking and working with the House Committee on Disability, and they are almost concluding on their plans for a national disability allowance. I was with the chairman, a very competent lady, on Saturday night, and work is ongoing to make sure that we have a disability allowance in this country. I can say that very
Please let's put our hands together.
confidently. So our lawmakers are working. Once that is done, they will get the president's assent. Secondly, at the ministry, we do so many programs on disability. We work with your groups, but NYCN, if you don't have somebody in charge of disability, please make sure you create one person who is a contact person in NYCN. It is very important. Lastly, the NYCN will be charged with organizing and executing an annual National Youth Convention. Going forward, but let me give two caveats. The NYCN must make sure that that convention is inclusive. The NYCN must also make sure that when we say youth, we are clear about the age band, 15 to 35. If you are above 35, you cannot be a youth or part of NYCN. I call upon the NYCN to start a process to make sure that the age band is respected and enforced. Thank you, and we take 1 minute. No protocol, just go straight to what you want to say. In 5 minutes, you speak, we round up, we'll bring up the next panel. Thank you very much.
Please, before you go on, I would just like to introduce the Director General, National Youth Service Corps, Brigadier General Ibrahim Shuaibu. He's here present. Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I want to thank your ministry for assisting the Not Too Young to Rule bill. Now we have succeeded with that. So we have to start another one. Another one we have to start is the too old to rule. And we have to close this age bracket first. And I think that will be a big sanity to the caliber of people that are ruling this country. And secondly, we have, Honorable Minister, you have to work on National Youth Trust Fund. And this will like TED Fund. I think TED Fund is the most reliable funding organization of our institutions in this country. Like there's some certain seeding of money from our national resources to TED Fund. Definitely the trust fund should be, there should be a trust fund in place whereby it will cater for youth. And thirdly, sir, in 2007, National Youth Council of Nigeria agitated for the creation of Federal Ministry of Youth and Sport, and it was granted by that president. Now, we now see that Federal Ministry of Youth and Sport is so enormous that it's not, it's one-sided to some extent. And we are agitating for the creation of Federal Ministry of Youth Development on its own, so that it can take care and accommodate every challenges of young person in this country. Sport is voluminous on its own. Thirdly, sir, the National Council of Nigeria, as you have said, is an apex body. We need an act of parliament. The act of parliament is on. Sometimes it passed through the second reading. And then since then, as far as 1964, it ended there. So we need a fresh act of parliament for the National Youth Council of Nigeria that will take care of young people. And thirdly, sir.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next delegate? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
1 minute, please. 1 minute.
Yes.
Or the mic will be yanked out from your hand.
Abel Divine is a name from Yowikan. I will go straight to the point by saying that there's a need for us to develop what we call idea bank of idea. I went to Kenya and I saw this, the nation practices and it works. There are young people with fantastic ideas in all spheres. They can bring, you set up, there's a panel that regularizes this. You set it up, when those ideas are put together and they are passed, they will help pick the best ideas, set up mechanism to implement them, and they will work. Secondly, and I'll take my seat, is that I would like us to consciously, the government to consciously develop an idea of having 40% of all appointments to parastatals and agencies of government for young people. If you do that, that's a successive plan. If you do that, that means that you are consciously having in mind the idea to hand over leadership to the young people as they come behind. So when parastatals of government and agencies of government, consciously 40% of those agencies should be given to young people so that you don't use that as compensation for political gains. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. My name is Ugago Enogeneyele from Delta State. I will be speaking in punchlines because of the time. First, I will be talking about economic inclusion. Before you talk about political inclusion, there must be economic inclusion. The number one punchline I want to give, sir, is that there should be a legislation abolishing many years of experience for young graduates from getting job. Is that because there is no, how can you ask a fresh graduate to get experience before you get a job? In this gig economy where teachability is replacing competence. The second one, sir, the private sector, especially the informal sector, there is no legislation that is protecting workers or labor in the private sector. So a private sector manager can hire and fire a youth without or at his own time. We have seen cases in Delta State where somebody towards the end of the month, he labeled their staff some accusation and they sacked them. There is no protection for the informal sector and private sector. For us to empower our people, when you get a job, there should be a legislation that these people be given letters and they should be protected when sacked illegitimately. Thirdly, sir, our national youth service corps should be looked at. The 1 year they are being posted into different ministries. So most of this 1 year are wasted. I think they should reorganize it in such a way that every corps member will pass through a very critical internship program. The other issue I want to raise, sir, there should be yes, I just want to round up. There should be an interstate committee made up of the youth commissioners in the state, National Youth Council chairman, and members of civil society organization to check two things, sir. One of the things they should check is the local content. We are in this country, young people from this country cannot get a job, but we bring people that are not graduate from outside country to occupy position as expatriates. We are in these countries, technicians cannot get a job. Finally, sir, that committee also should work as the National Youth Information and Complaint Desk. Nigerian youths are brutalized and treated in the most worst manner. And why you see protests every day is that there is no center where youth can lay their complaint and it will pick up on the national level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry, before the next delegate speaks, I would like to introduce to us the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Youth and Student Affairs, Mr. Nasir Saidu Adahama. Thank you very much. We welcome you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. My name is Timbri Ebitimi. I am from Bayelsa State. I have 4 issues that I want to appeal to Mr. President to implement. With due respect, sir, we want Mr. President to set up the Presidential Youth Development Committee. We also want Mr. President to set up National Interagency Network on Youth Development. Youth development is a subsector that requires multi-sectoral approach. We will be grateful if Mr. President can set up the National Interagency Network on Youth Development. With due respect, sir, there are 2 issues I want to raise that requires an executive bill to establish. I want Mr. President to move to ensure that we come up with a bill to set up the National Youth Development Commission. We also want Mr. President to come up with an executive bill to set up the National Sports College. The National Sports College will be involved in training and retraining of our sportsmen. With due respect, sir, because of the time factor, I will be doing a holistic research on this, and a paper will be forwarded to your office for action. Please, sir, if no positive development is being achieved through this conference, the conference will be defeated. I will be grateful if these 4 items will be looked into. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
My name is Comrade Godwin Ugochukwu. I'm from Anambra State. On security, the use of the Southeast demands the immediate and urgent passing of the state policing. to ensure that the states control the security architecture of their state. We also remember that security is local. We don't want, the youth of the South, you don't want a IG or Commissioner of Police from the North controlling the police architecture in the South, or in the Southeast. On entrepreneurship or economy, the youth of the Southeast demand that the Onitsha seaport should be completed as soon as possible. We all know that the Southeast is the economic hub of this nation, and if the economy is activated very well through the Southeast region, the insecurity of the country, the problem of the insecurity of the country will be solved. So we demand the urgent passing and the urgent dredging and completion of the Onitsha seaport. Then thirdly, on governance, we require or we demand that there should be a bill, a law that is being passed in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that allows for rotational presidency. We from the Southeast feel alienated from the federation. So if the presidency is being rotated from the 6 geopolitical zones in the country, we will feel among, and it will put an end to the issue of secession that has been moving around the Southeast. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. My name is Ambassador Abraham Kwafan, National Coordinator of Voluntary Uniform Organization, representing FCT here. On security, we want to urge Mr. President and the team to engage volunteers. There is no village in Nigeria you go, you not see volunteers. Incidents happening here and there, they can be able to report to appropriate authorities. So ministry should synergize with the security agencies to ensure that this intelligent information gathering, neighborhood watch by the volunteers is effectively used. Then on the issue of education and hospitals, we are of the opinion that Mr. President and all political appointees should not travel out of this country for treatment or for education. They should do it here. By so doing, they will make sure our education is intact and ensure that all the facilities in the hospitals are also intact. We also want to talk about independent candidate on the issue of political disengagement. We feel that youth should be given independent candidates, and then 50% of the fee of those forms should be considered for the youth so that they can be able to actively participate in the politics. We also want to appeal that they should consider appointment of youth in political appointment after election. 40% should be given to Nigerian youth so that we can be able to do the needful. On the issue of cybercrime, sir, cybercrime, very important. We want to appeal that we have experts in computer forensic among us here. They should be called together to develop a framework that can be able to tie this insecurity on the cybercrime. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's the last delegate and the last speaker. Thank you. All right, we're coming to a close of the first session.
Let me just say thank you so much. We're wrapping up this session now. I will turn it over to the moderator. He will thank the members of this panel. Let me say something very clear. The NYSC Trust Fund is a desirable one. A lot of progress has been made. General Yakubu Gowon, who had the vision to establish the NYSC, has lent his support to it. He has written letters. The ministry is pushing it. The NYSC is pushing it. And we hope very soon we will have the NYSC Trust Fund that will help to protect our youth corpus. That's one. Two, I have had so many people talk about so many things. Bills, commission. We can't have too many commissions. Perhaps what we should be looking at is a National Youth Commission, under which all these other issues as a commission it will deal with. The rapporteurs are taking down these things. When we put together all your suggestions, we will work with you to decide on the ones that are practicable that we're going to put forward, and then get the support of the National Assembly and the Presidency to make happen. Thank you very much. I want to appeal. There are 2 other thematic sessions going on. There are experts from all over the country taking these sessions. I see that we are much here because it's political inclusion. I appreciate it, but I plead with you, get the benefit of the other 2 groups so that you can put your suggestions your views across. It is very important. The 3 thematic groups are important. Try and attend at least a session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. With that, we've come to a wrap of the first session, and very quickly we'll be moving to the next session. But before then, yes, and let me say, with all sense of humility, I really want to appreciate each and every one of our panelists, even for those who were hijacked, so to speak, on stage. I truly appreciate you for your contributions. And to wrap, let's have a group photo. Comrade Dotun Omole, thank you very much. PRO, National Youth Council of Nigeria. But before then, let me just...
Minister, ladies and gentlemen, what we're experiencing today is a very critical moment in national policy making process, and it is agenda setting. If the agenda is not well set, the best of policies will not arrive. So I want to use the opportunity to appreciate the Honorable Minister for taking this initiative, and for our youths from all over the country for making active participation. Agenda setting is critical and is dynamic. What we are doing is just to reset the agenda, and it's an ongoing process that mustn't be stopped. So on this note, I appreciate you, sir. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. So let's have the first group photo. Yes, can we have Honorable Clem Agba to join? I was advised this is Honorable Clem Agba, please, and the DG NYSC, please, as well as the SSA to the President on Youth and Student Affairs, please. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, sirs and ma'ams. Thank you very much. All right. Straight to the next session. But as the Honorable Minister mentioned earlier, we have some other sessions ongoing at the Presidential VIP Lounge A and B. Please, the thematic areas are on education, innovation, and technology, as well as soft power of entertainment, sports, and creative. Please, let's actually get to make our way to those venues and participate in the discussions at those sessions. Thank you very much. Straight away, I would like to introduce our next session for the topic Youth and Governance, Administration, Security, and National Development, Rural-Urban Migration, and the socio-economic, political, and ethno-religious realities of the Nigerian states. Please join me to welcome on stage our moderator, Ambassador Usman Sariki, former Deputy Nigerian Permanent Representative to the United Nations. I beg your pardon. I'll take that again. Our moderator for the next session is Ambassador Usman Sariki, former Deputy Nigerian Permanent Representative to the United Nations. Thank you very much, sir. Then our panelists, Dr. Mohammed Abubakar, the Minister for Agriculture, Mr. Nasir Saidu Adhama, the Senior Special Assistant to the President, Youth and Student Affairs and National Coordinator, PES, Mr. Nasir Saidu Adhama, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Youth and Student Affairs, Mr. Godbless Otubure, Founder, Ready to Lead Africa. Thank you very much. Please join us on stage. Mrs. Rama Aderioye, Agri-Entrepreneur. Mrs. Rama Aderoye, agri-entrepreneur. Then do we have representative of the Nigerian Police Force here present? A representative of the Nigerian Police Force here present. Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together as we have our panelists and moderator on stage, please. A round of applause, please, for the panelists and moderator on stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. The Honorable Minister of Youth and Sports Development, Honorable Sunday Dare, the Honorable Minister of State, National Planning, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Senior Special Assistant of the President on Youth and Student Affairs, the Director General of the National Youth Service Corps, other distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and the youth of Nigeria here represented, I welcome you all by saying good morning to you. We are here on the podium this morning to discuss issues related to your welfare, to your integration and inclusivity in all national processes. This particular session actually addresses a lot of your concerns that you raised this morning in terms of participation in politics, in governance, in ensuring unity of this country, and the maintenance and peace and security. A lot of issues have been discussed between yesterday and this morning. May I remind you of the statement of His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, who admonished the youth of this country to be purposeful, to be optimistic, and to be enthusiastic about their country. May I also remind you, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari's admonishment that the youth of this country should not inherit the biases of their parents and should eschew all negative tendencies. It is only in doing so, in having a positive outlook about life and about our country, that we will be called upon to contribute to her growth, to her prosperity, to her unity, and to her progress. It is in this light that I want to welcome our distinguished panelists representing different sectors of this country who will speak to issues that have been given to us by way of this morning's topic. First of all, I should like to call on the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, who will speak to us in terms of the importance of the question of food security and how young people can ensure, or how the government can ensure full participation of young people in the development of the agriculture sector, to provide employment, to provide income, to provide security, and above all, to increase the food self-sufficiency of this country. So I would like to give the microphone so that we can continue the conversation and move progressively from one stage to the other. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister, Youth and Sports, the Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Planning, DG NYSC, all dignitaries here present, may I stand on the existing protocol. My name is Engineer Frank Satumari Kudula. I'm here to represent my honorable minister, who is unavoidably absent, who is currently in Glasgow on the issue of climate change along with our dear president. I want to express my gratitude to have the privilege to speak about the importance of youth and the causes of migration of youth from rural to urban center in this great occasion. First, let me start by emphasizing on the importance of food in agriculture. I strongly believe all of us here wouldn't have been here if our stomach are empty. Therefore, from the doorstep of your house to your office until when you go to sleep, the issue of food is very, very important. This country, Nigeria, is blessed with land resources and human resources. Our strength is in our youth. We have great size of youth in this country which can transform into food production. Because any country who do not have sufficient food to take care of its population obviously will run into crisis. Why? Because the obvious population on ground will have to rush to fight on the little that is available for the great population. But I'm glad to tell you that in this country, we have vast land resources, good weather, fertile ground, and so great number of youths in all geopolitical zones that when properly harnessed and utilized, we will be self-sufficient in all value chains of crops we have in this country. Our youth has some few major factors that make them averse to agriculture. One, issue of drudgery. Two, issue of getting finance so that they can go into either smallholding farming or commercial farming. You will all agree with me, our women and youth, they are the major producers of food in this country. All our silos in the cities are being filled with the food produced by youth and women in our local areas. But of recent, we know that we have some major challenges that, if not properly taken care of, we are going to derail seriously on food production in this country. One, we will all agree that the issue of Boko Haram in the Northeast, which has been persistent for the past 10 years or so, have nosedived into an issue that all our farmers in the rural areas can never have peace of mind to go to farm because of the activities of the insurgents. But as I will also be happy to inform you that of recent, our security agents, security apparatus, both armed forces, police, SSS, and paramilitaries that are involved in curtailing this menace are succeeding, because the report we have from the field indicate that we will have a bumper harvest this farming season, because most farmers were able to go to their farm. When you come to the Northwest, you find out that the issue of kidnapping and banditry has made it almost impossible for farmers to go back to farm. Likewise, if you come to North Central, South-South, Southeast, all the geopolitical zone has a peculiar issues that has effect on our farmers. Now, these activities of insecurity has made most of our youth to migrate from the rural areas to the cities where there is relative peace and security. Therefore, to encourage our youth, I think the government have to add more effort to guarantee security at our grassroots, because farming activities is in the grassroots, in the local governments, wards of all our states in the Federation. In the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, the ministry has a department that deals particularly on youth and women in agriculture. And we have been encouraging youths to form themselves into clusters where we assist by giving them farm machineries, some of them on gratis, some of them on a high subsidized rate, which will enhance them in food production. The little we have done so far in the ministry has made some of the youth self-dependent and have also made them as an extension agent to others who have no idea about what the Ministry of Agriculture is doing to promote the livelihood of the rural farmers. I will want to inform this gathering that youth are very important, very, very important segment of this society that we should never ignore. We need them, just as the popular saying that youth are those who will be our future leaders, and they have to be groomed properly and make them very independent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the representative of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Our Master of Ceremony has an announcement to make before we proceed to the next panelist. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite on stage a panelist, apologies for the oversight, Mrs. Afsat Mohamed Baba, Commissioner, Ministry of Human Services and Social Development. She's representing the Governor of Kaduna State on this panel.
Thank you very much. You are welcome, distinguished Madam, to this meeting. Let me call on the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Youth and Students Affairs. I believe a lot of you here know him by face, or personally, or by name, because of the strategic post and position that he is holding in the country relative to the welfare and affairs of youth and students. He is none other than the Honorable Nasir Said Adhama. He is a politician to the core, a young man who started politics a long time ago. And I believe his intervention should be of very, very critical importance to you in terms of the evolution of politics and the role that young people could play in the political scheme of this country, particularly with regards to the issue of not too young to run, where we are so far on this scheme. Honorable Atama, you have been involved in politics at the ward level, grassroots level, state level, federal level, and even students' unionism. What are the prospects for the inclusiveness, participation, and integration of young people in politics in Nigeria today, from your experiences in government, outside government, and also in your participation of United Nations conferences?
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. The Honorable Minister of Youth and Sports, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, the DG NYSC, the representative of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasir El-Rufai, my brothers and sisters, the young men and women in this country that will change the future of this country, a very good morning. Well, let me start by giving a little background on youth participation in politics, especially in the grassroots. By experience, I don't think the way Nigerian politics is, no any political elite in this country will pave way for young people in politics without young people showing interest and commitment to participate in politics. Because politics, whether we like it or not, politics is local. You start politics from the grassroots. You start politics from your constituents. You start politics with the people within, around you, and within the cycle. Because then, there, wherever you are, you know their problems, you know their challenges, you know when you have the opportunity to represent them at any level, you can bring their solution on board and represent them where they don't institutionally deserve to be there. The issue of young people here in Nigeria, of course, I always believe and a fan of saying that if we want to see how politics will keep on moving in this country, we have to engage the young people. And engaging them beyond casting votes, engaging them beyond campaigning on social media, traditional ways of politics and other ways. And when I go around the country and engage myself with young people, especially in politics, a lot of people ask me that, how do I start? And I always say, well, I start in a rough way, in a traditional way, where I start my politics from the student unionism, from a mere just an activist in student unionism, calling students to participate in the student unionism within their schools, because we have seen so many things are going wrong. And I was able to be a chairman of the president of the student union government in my school. Moving forward, I became the Secretary General of National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, became the first Northern Students President Association of Nigeria. But I look at all those things beyond the cycle of the internal politics we do at the student level. So many things we believe we are going to do or change, we cannot do it without participating in politics of governance. What I mean politics in governance, politics whereby we will join a partisan politics. Of course, we all have our belief in all the political parties. That's one good thing about democracy. You look at the party with the vision, with the mission, with whatsoever you believe the party can deliver for you. But I always say that the party that has inclusiveness of young people and the party with youth empowerment, the party or the structure that will engage young people is always the platform for the young people in this country to participate. Your Excellency, let me go straight to your question about the Not Too Young to Run bill. The not Too Young to Run bill, of course, my office and personally, by the mandate and given to me by Mr. President, we engaged the Yaga platforms. That's the association that is working to see the bill of the Not Too Young to Run. We look at that as a first step. What I mean by a first step is that the young people in this country always look at it as a dominant factor by the political old elites. They occupy all the offices from councillor. Even when you look at, when you go back to your constituency, you will see that maybe a councillor is even 60-year-old, 60, 65-year-old. When you look at commissioners, State House of Assembly members, House of Representatives or senators, governors, and even the president. You look at the numbers in figure are up. So we decided to support the Not Too Young to Run bill, and the government come in to support that because we believe that it is the first avenue for the young people to participate fully in politics, giving them the opportunity that they believe that, all right, they are handicapped by age. Because if I have the intention to contest for the office of the president or the governor, I mean, my age, the age bracket will be a deciding factor to us. So we look at that, okay, how can we come up with something like that? And I work with one of the best young people in this country, that Mr. Samson and his team, and especially the National Youth Council too. They played a very, very vital role on Not Too Young to Run. We look at that as, all right, let's see how we can manage and engage the State Assembly members, the representatives at the national level, because we believe that it is a stepping stone for the young people to participate in politics. I led a delegation to the United Nations in New York. We present the Not Too Young to Run at the United Nations platform. And, you know, Nigeria became a symbol of young generational change at the UN headquarters in New York. I could remember, because when I was delivering my speech on behalf of Yaga, on behalf of the Nigerian students, and not only the Nigerian youth, and Africa as by large, I vividly remember how, you know, the change in ambient, and, you know, you can see how we believe that it is time for Nigerian youth to lead not only Africa, but the entire world as a whole. So automatically, you know, the bill had the necessary support by the United Nations, by all international communities, and it has become a symbol of other countries to start thinking about the Not Too Young to Run bill. But after the assent of Mr. President of the Not Too Young to Run bill, we start to think that youth participation is beyond Not Too Young to Run bill. Because when you able to finish with the challenges of whatever the age bracket, you have the financial aspect of politics in Nigeria. It is highly capital intensive. Without a young person, without huge amount of resources, even at the party level, whichever party you think of, I don't think he or she will have the opportunity to even click the ticket at the party level if he is not financially capable of seeing the delegates, seeing the members of the party, going around for campaign and others. So we start thinking of, all right, how can we go beyond the Not Too Young to Run bill, beyond that and pressure? So I'm sure we're doing great, and by the continuation of the discussion, we will say much because I know I'm just given 5 minutes of session. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Atama, Senior Special Assistant of Mr. President on Youth and Students Affairs. Now, young people gathered here and those following us online, you now have an idea about the importance of becoming activists, becoming active in politics at your grassroots level, from where you can use as stepping stone to come to the state and national level. The Not Too Young to Run bill or act or whatever it is, it's not an automatic platform that will propel you into governance or into politics. It just establishes the legal framework or normative framework for you to be involved. The onus is on you to organize, to submit ideas in order to start participating in politics. One suggestion that I will give in advance before I hand over the microphone is for this conference to pass a resolution on the implementation of the not too young to run policy, so that you can give the federal government specific suggestions, advice on how to implement that, to give you the opportunity to actualize the principles of the not too young to run. Having said so, I would like to recall the statement of the representative of the Honorable Minister on Agriculture on food security and the role of young people. In this connection, I would like to place the Honorable Director General of the NYSC on notice to give us some idea of what the NYSC is doing to train youth corps in farming, in agriculture. Today, we have a lot of opportunity given to us by technology, like drip irrigation, hydroponics, greenhouse, and so forth, where young people can learn how to produce and become self-sufficient. So, sir, we will call upon you later to give us some idea. Now I have the honor to call on Mrs. Rahama, who is an agri-entrepreneur and the only woman on this podium to speak to us about the role of the private sector and what gender empowerment, gender equality means in terms of youth inclusiveness, empowerment, and integration. Madam Rahama, please.
All right, thank you, Your Excellency. All protocols duly observed. Honorable Minister Representative, I actually appreciated what you were saying as regards women in the rural areas and the youth in the rural areas playing a key role in food security in the country. So I work in the private sector. I work with women millers, and I think it's very important that while government is doing a lot of intervention fund and a lot of effort in making sure that women participate in agriculture and also youth participate in agriculture, I think there is more to be done. And I would like to focus on the rural areas because that's majorly where I operate. So it's no-brainer that we have people moving from the rural area to the city. And I think, like the representative of the Honorable Minister said, one of the major reasons is because of security, unemployment, and even you can say education play a key role. So it's very important that government educates women in the rural areas, youth in the rural areas, on how they can grow in food security. So, for example, when we talk about agriculture, I notice we talk in the context more of farming, pretty much, putting seed in the ground and then watching it germinate. But there is so much that can be said as far as agriculture is concerned, because there's so many value chain, in the agricultural space. Cultivation is one of them. Food, which is the sector, the area I work in, processing of raw materials into final goods is another major area that I think we need to pay attention to. It's interesting because recently we were having a conversation as regards how some of the women that I work with are now looking for house help jobs in the city. And then you're like, okay, you have a thriving business here in the rural area. Why are you moving to the city? And then they tell you the issue of banditry, and then all this security issue comes up, and they need to leave. So I think if we really, really want to be serious about improving food security, we need to focus and solve this issue of security. And we need to do it as soon as possible with a sense of urgency. Then we can now start having conversation as to how, we want to improve food security. Also, for the private sector, you realize that the bunch of the companies that we work with are in the cities. And the question is, why can't you set up your factory or, processing plants and all that in the rural areas? Then you have issues of road network, coming up, issue of electricity coming up. So again, while we want the private sector to play an active role in food security and probably set up things in the rural areas, I think government needs to start and pave the way, and then we can follow suit. A typical, scenario would be if government decides today that, okay, we are mandating all DGA, that's all ministries and departments and agencies that had to do with the rural areas, be moved to the rural areas and not, in the city. If they start with something like that, okay, that's people moving back to the rural area. That is, creating some kind of opportunity, because of course they would feed, then they would commute, and that's, a stepping stone. Another example is if all universities or tertiary institutions says, okay, anything School of Agriculture or I don't know, like rural or Bampa or something like that, all move their department or their school to the rural areas. That way, that is, another way we can go about it. You have to create hostel, for the students to live. You have to, businesses will spring up, and that's, a way that the government can start. Then the private sector can now say, okay, we want to follow suit. This COVID-19 happened, and then people started working from home. If we have this broadband internet, speed internet in the rural areas, since you can pretty much leave your house and work for international organizations or work from anywhere, people are tired of, the city, in all honesty, with the traffic, with the noise pollution, with, so much that comes with living in the city. If there are options, if there are social amenities in the rural areas, there is nothing stopping someone like me, living in the rural areas. That's exactly where I work. That is where my work, majorly is. So I think when we want the private sector to get in on board on some certain things, the government have to, kind of pave the way and show the seriousness and the willingness to be able to say, okay, we want to, tackle this issue, and then you'll be surprised, the way the private sector would follow suit. And just, sorry, before I go, the minister was saying something as regards, there's a sector in the ministry that works basically with women and youth. I think, again, we just need to know these things are there and they're accessible. Because, in all honesty, I'm in the agri sector, and I'm pretty much just sharing this, for the first time. So if there is a way they can reinforce this kind of work that the agency does, and then, make it accessible, then I think that would be a fantastic idea.
Thank you very much, Hajar Rahma. It's very important. As the government says, government cannot do it all alone. It's also the same with the private sector. The private sector cannot do it all alone. So there must be synergy collaboration and cooperation between the public and private sectors in order to empower young people and to make gender equality, gender security, and gender mainstreaming a reality. The next panelist, he is not the last, is Mr. Otubure, who is actually the leader of a very powerful NGO and also the coordinator of the Lagos chapter of the Not Too Young to Run program. He is going to speak to us as a rider to what the Senior Special Assistant to the President has said. So Mr. God Bless is going to speak to us about what the activity of his Ready to Lead Africa NGO in terms of youth empowerment, enlightenment, and education, so that they will know exactly what they are in for when they claim a space in politics. Mr. Otubure.
Thank you. Great. Thank you so much. The Minister for Sport, Youth Development, Honorable Minister for a great representative, our moderator, the Special Assistant to the President on Youth and Student Matters, the DG National Youth Service Corps, and every other dignitary here present, and of course the most amazing Nigerian youth here present. Greatest Nigeria youth! Am I talking to the Nigerian youths? If I'm talking to the greatest of the greatest of the greatest people don't sit down. If you are a great Nigerian youth, can you stand up on your feet? Let us make this place go gaga. Greatest Nigerian youth! Ever articulate Nigerian youth! Greatest Gbagbo! Greatest Gbagba! Greatest, are you ready to lead Africa? Are you ready to lead Nigeria? If you believe, let me hear you say, yeah, yeah. All right, let's sit down. Thank you so much. My name is God Bless Otubure. A lot of my friends are here from my days in the Student Union in Uniban, and the work we do at Ready to Lead Africa, and the story and the history that we are rewriting in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, when we started the Not Too Young to Run bill process, which is also known as the age reduction bill, do you know what a lot of people said? They said, come on, you cannot make it happen. But we looked at them and we said, hold our beer. Meet us on the day the president will sign the bill. And when the SSA was talking about the work and the partnership, it is true. The Not Too Young to Run bill that was heavily mobilized and pushed by Yaga Africa, led by Samson Itodo, would not have been possible without the support of key stakeholders like my friend here and every other person that I cannot mention. What we wanted to do was to tell the Nigerian state that if Gowon, Abud Salam, Obasanjo, call them, you know them. If they came into politics at 29, 28, 30, why should we be denied the opportunity to be president at 30 and at 35? And they said, for you to be president, you needed to be 40 years old. When you are 40, ladies and gentlemen and young people, when you move your hand in a certain way, it will not respond to you the same way when you are 30. Am I correct? The prime of youth is 25 to 35. So if I can vote at 18, if I can be jailed at 25. Why can't I be the representative of my senatorial district at 30 and at 35? So we figured out something. The Nigerian state only succumbed to two things: legitimate organizing or noise, otherwise sometimes known as violence. But as the new face of leadership in this country, guess what we chose? We chose non-violent means of achieving our result. So we went to the National Assembly and we found Honorable Tony Onwulu and Mr. Ahmed, and we brought the bill to the House and said, we need this constitution changed. Ladies and gentlemen, that conversation started in 2016. For a lot of people who don't know, 2017 we were working behind the scene. 2018 became the year where we gained a lot of momentum, and the president was brought in. People like my friend here, we reached out to their offices. And one day, organizing 36 state chapters and lobbying lawmakers across the political divide, the age reduction bill passed first reading, second reading, and it got to third reading. And now, today as I speak to you, it is no longer just a law, it is the law that has changed the Constitution. Apart from June 12, when we organized as young people, the age reduction bill was the second most important revolution in the history of this country. Today, you and I can run for president at 35. Today, it is now illegal. And I'm saying it to other political parties. And I'm saying it to the APC. I know the PDP just redeemed themselves after their convention by giving a 25-year-old the position of national youth leader. It is not just that they want to do it, it is constitutional. So if a political party today has a youth leader that is above 35, it is unconstitutional. Do you understand? It is not what I am saying. It is the Not Too Young to Run bill. The bill also says that every political party in this country must have a national youth leader that is below 35. So the APC, I'm giving you the opportunity to also come on board and be the party of young people. So what am I saying in the essence? Look at where we are coming from. We've changed the Constitution. But let me tell you what the Nigerian youths have done again that a lot of you don't know, or you may not have taken into cognizance. The Nigerian youth have also organized to deliver electoral reforms. When we gathered in 2019, December, after passing the Not Too Young to Run bill in 2018 and after the presidential election, we agreed and said the next important thing we must do is to give Nigeria electoral reforms. When we started out in 2019, a lot of people said you are wasting your time. Nigeria will not give you electronic transmission of results. You cannot reduce the cost of election. Political parties cannot be told what to do. INEC cannot be supported. But ladies and gentlemen, I come to you today as the global president of Ready to Lead Africa, the Lagos State coordinator of the Not Too Young to Run. We have delivered electoral reforms to this country. Today, when you go to polls in 2023, your results will no longer be rising like Gary. When you vote and 200 is what you see, before you get to your house, INEC would have posted 200. What I'm saying to you is that the cost of running for office has been reduced because you can now buy your local government campaign form for just 150,000. When you want to run for House of Reps, it's no longer 2 million. It is now 250 and 500,000. Nigerian youths, clap for yourself. You made it happen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Good. God bless.
So, finally, sir, finally, as a round-off, I want us to remember something. This conference is not another jamboree. They did not fly me all the way from Monrovia to come here to just speak to you and be part of the group. I want you to take two things home from here. What will you start doing? And what will you stop doing 2023 is coming. Let me not deceive you. We may not be able to produce, and listen to my word, we may not be able to produce the next president as a young man, but we have set the ball in motion. In 2019, we got 300 people elected through the Not Too Young to Run. In 2023, we are going to decimate the political space. We will take over the House of Reps. We will take over the Senate. We will take over the House of Assemblies. And in the next 2 election cycle, I give you my word, hold it to the bank. We will produce a young president from 2027 and 2031. Don't worry.
Thank you very much.
Give them 2023. We will take over in 2 election cycle. God bless you.
Mr. God bless.
My name is God Bless.
God bless you, Mr. God bless. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So
thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. God Bless Otobere, thank you first of all for those very electrifying interventions. You have energized the meeting, you have excited everybody, and you have shown us all that there is hope in politics in Nigeria for the young people. It's very important for you to be optimistic. Like our president said, don't be negative, don't lose hope, and don't think that the country does not care for you. The country is there for you. But at the same time, you have to stand up, struggle, make some effort in order to claim your space. And that is why the Ministry of Youth and Sports Development gathered you here for 3 days. Thank you. Mr. Moderator, please.
Thank you very much. We'll go straight to the audience, but we would like to get the response first of all from the Director General of the National Youth Service Corps. Thank you, sir.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture, the Senior Special Assistant to Mr. President on Youth and Student Matters, the moderators, my great youth, my dear co-members, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the moderator for giving me the opportunity to throw light on NYSC when it comes to agriculture. You know, NYSC was established for promotion of national unity and integration. But we have also put on our thinking caps so that in addition to promotion of national integration, we also think of producing graduates and co-members to acquire skills in the scheme. And the area of this skill is what? Promotion of agriculture. NYSC has farms. We have rice farms, we have food mills, and so on and so forth. Recently, we have reacquired our rice farm in Zulu in Ebonyi State, which was initially taken over by the state government. 150 hectares farm. We have tilled it, we have planted our rice there. We also have one in Saminaka in Kebbi State. And most of these things are tilled by our core members. We train them on agricultural produce. We also have our rice farms, and in addition to our rice farm settlement, which we built for them to stay and also till. Recently, the Borno State government, in addition with the NALDA, we train core members on soil science, because I've come to realize that you don't just till land without actually studying the crop that can be planted on that soil. This the core members have done, and they are doing very well. From the farms, we have what we call NYSC rice, which we sell and we generate revenue for the government, because we are putting our taking caps so that we don't just be a consuming agency. Recently, the NYSC, last year we generated over 280 million naira from our farms and other ventures. This year, as I'm talking to you, we have recently paid 511 million naira to the Federation account, all from our proceeds, from our farms, our government factories, and so on and so forth. And recently we organized a workshop on the need for the federal government to establish what we call the NYSC Trust Fund, because core members are trained on skill acquisition, as I said earlier. This we started since 2012, and we realized that the funds are not readily available for core members to be given up startup capitals on the skill they have acquired. So we say from the trust fund, all the 350,000 core members that will normally produce year in, year out, we will be giving startup capitals from this trust fund, so that by the time they finish the service year, instead of going hunting for jobs, rather they will be a creator of wealth and provide job opportunities to Nigerians. And this is what we are doing. So we want to count on the youth of this country to support this idea, because with the Youth Trust Fund, the umbilical cord between the NYSC and ex-core members will not be separated. It will be there forever, because there will be a powerful monitoring unit that will be interfacing with the ex-core members and the NYSC. With this, our integration, employment opportunity, and in turn, we check their challenge of insecurity in our country will be addressed. Thank you very much.
Okay, so from the larger youth audience, no, please remain on your seats. Remain on your seats. Let me come to the lady here first.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Aisha Saliu from Kaduna State. Sir, I'm talking to you, Mr. I'm talking about agriculture, sir. In your presentation, sir, I heard you mention that you make youth of Nigeria dependent. Sir, here is my question. Can PWD be dependent like youth of Nigeria? Why I say so that in PWD, we have so many farmers. We are farming. There is processors. There is farmers. So, I make example of myself. I used to do fish farming in my house. But because of this lockdown of coronavirus, my business is dying like that. And we people with disability, we are facing the same challenge. Like our farmers, like in our rural area, sir. To find a fertilizer is a very difficult thing to them. And they are not financially, sir. Or is there any special package for PWD in Nigeria so that we can be a good farmers and we can be a good leaders? Thank you.
Should you respond to that, or should we gather all the questions and submissions, sir?
Okay. Sorry, please. I would like to, because I don't have my writing material here, if I can be responding immediately. In relation to what the young lady said, actually during the pandemic of COVID-19, we had a lot of challenges in terms of transportation of agricultural farm inputs, products, and what have you. But if you could remember then, the former Minister of Agriculture requested for waiver for agricultural sector in movement. And we have come up with also issue of palliative for those who might have made some great losses due to lack of this movement, which hinders them from getting farm input to the farmers. Under the COVID-19 program, there is funds that was given for Ministry of Agriculture to assist farmers. What we did, we engaged the youth that were engaged formally in an agro program to go into each state's local government to enumerate farmers based on their value chain, crops, fisheries, and poultry under animal husbandry. The target of the funds given then was 2.4 million farmers. That was the target. And we went into this enumeration, and so far we had over 4 million enumerated farmers based on this program. Why do we go for the enumeration? So that we know where these farmers are. And we want to eliminate the middlemen that will get farm input and set it at exorbitant price to the local farmers. Based on the data we have so far, the president, in his own wisdom, approved for batch A about 6 billion to subsidize fertilizer to local farmers. And if you have been enumerated, if you are looking for fertilizer, let's say fertilizer is 6,000. Instead of us to go under the normal anchor borrower arrangement, where the partners will source for fertilizer and redeem to the farmers at the grassroots, we made it in such a way that the 50% subsidy the president approved goes directly to the farmer, to the farmer's account. So if fertilizer is 6,000 per se, 3,000 will go to the farmer's account directly. In this case, there is no issue of middlemen that will take responsibility. At the end of the day, the farmer may not even get the fertilizer at 6,000 per bag. This is what we have done so far in the ministry, and batch 2 is under process now. And this is verifiable, and those who want to key in, we are still going out for enumeration under the phase 2, which was approved. And very soon, I think we will embark on that, and we want our youth to come on that platform. Because when you participate in the enumeration, you will get paid. If you enumerate a farmer, you are entitled to 500 naira per farmer that you enumerate. And we have apps that we will train you on to send the data of the farmer that you geomap. A farmer will be geomap on his farm, his name, his telephone number, BVN, and account number. Then it will be validated and sent to the CBN for it to verify, because there are some farmers who have taken loan and they are defaulting. And we don't want to get this money to reach those who have already benefited from the anchor borrower program of CBN. So this is much I can say about getting fertilizer and helping those who were affected by the COVID-19 pandemic when it was at its peak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the representative of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Now let me please crave your indulgence, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. What he has said, let me link it to what the Director General of NYSC has said in terms of the quantitative opportunities that are there for young people, including youth corpus, in terms of empowerment. Now, before I hand back the microphone to you, I would like the Senior Special Assistant to the President to speak to this issue of empowerment, because this is the whole essence of this gathering. What is empowerment? No, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. Let you speak for 2 minutes so that we do not lose train of this conversation. SSA, please. In 2 minutes, what are you doing in terms of empowerment of youth?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Empowerment means, for a young person in Nigeria, empowerment means to participate in the economic activities of that country, of such a country, and we are here in Nigeria. So participating in the economic activities of the country, Nigeria. What we are doing regarding youth empowerment is nothing than creating an opportunity for the young people to participate in that. Mr. President in 2016 launched the Presidential Youth Empowerment Scheme. It's an initiative from my office. And last year, 2020, November precisely 12th, Mr. President launched the Presidential Youth Empowerment Scheme, PS, targeting 774,000 young people across the Federation, 1,000 per local government. And one of the beauty about the Presidential Youth Empowerment Scheme is a scheme that the first of its kind. Why I say the first of its kind is 75% or 85% of the equipment or tools to be disbursed to the young men in this country, the young men and women, are assembled, fabricated by Nigerian youth. At the pilot phase, we were able to go around the 774 local government, taking 100 young people. We try as much as we can not to be partisan. We try as much as we can not to be governmental. We try as much as we can not to be at the center of not getting the potential that we need to get in each and every local government. We assemble 100 per local government, that's 77,400. We did not make a lot of noise because we believe that we don't want to make it a media issue, because it's something that we want to bring it in to Nigerians, that this is a new idea of empowerment program. And this PS program targets the uneducated, unskilled Nigerian youth, educated without skills, educated with skills, and non-educated and non-skillful young category of Nigerians. There are 6 categories of young people in this country. We have the educated ones, we have the skilled one, we have the uneducated one, we have the unskilled one, we have the educated and skilled, we have uneducated and unskilled. So we have to differentiate the categories of young people that we have in this country. So the target of the PS program is to look at the areas. When you look at the percentage statistically, you will see that the unskilled and uneducated young people dominate the sector of unemployment in Nigeria. So the PS is targeting that, giving them these tools. It's a cashless empowerment program that we will give to these young people, the beneficiaries, and whether you don't have train or skill capacity, we will train you in barbing salon, and train you in fashion design, textiles and garments, photography, agriculture. Under agriculture, we have the rice mill, poultry, and so many things. So I mean, we are doing great. I'm very much sure to say. I'm okay to say. So okay. So sorry, Excellency. Yeah.
Thank you very much, SSA. Now you see why I asked him to intervene. So, our moderator, you can give the microphone to the next person, please. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, sir. All protocol duly and respectfully observed. I am Aliu Idris Zakari. I came from Katsina State. Sir, I would like to ask some questions before I made my submission to this discussion. Sir, the real and the well-accepted definition of youth is the one that defines the youth from the age between 15 to 35. So why is it that if you are above 30 years, you are not allowed or you are not going to have a NYSC, you will be exempted? We want to know why, and that there are some agencies, when they are recruiting, they used to have the age limit or age bracket, usually from 23 to 27 or 28. And then, sir, what I want to contribute for the national development in terms of youth, I would like to put some emphasis on the access to quality education. I think the reason why in some of northwest and northeast part of this nation, the reason for insecurity is lack of access to quality education. There are a lot of out-of-school children. We need the massive enrollment in primary school and to update the standard of primary education and secondary school education. The out-of-school children number, the percentage is increasing, always is increasing. That is why in some part of the Nigeria, we are having such kind of problem of insecurity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, I want you to realize that whatever is being said is being recorded by our rapporteurs. So try to speak clearly and concisely so that whatever you say will be noted for the purpose of the records of these proceedings. So, MC, you can give the microphone to the next person. But you have asked a question to the Director General of the NYSC. Perhaps you will have the chance to answer later. Thank you. Next person, please.
All right, good morning. All protocol are duly and respectfully observed. Tawid Adegbita is my name. I'm a member of European Union Youth Sending Board. I'd like to talk basically on the issue of food security. Of course, we talk about food security, but it's very saddening that the cost of food commodities in the market is not actually receiving the attention I think it should. It's not topical as I think it should have been, perhaps due to our division based on different lines. But of course, insecurity has actually contributed immensely to the situation of farm produce when it comes to food security. But I think there is little support to the real farmers, and then there is no incentive to young people willing to go into agriculture. The reason why I say this, I think it's important if we could, because the rate of the moment in Nigeria today is focusing on this federal government and then the state. The rate of the moment in terms of no local government localizing support to the farmers. Most of the states in Nigeria today are not giving attention to local government election alone again, or much less local governments including or supporting farmers from the local government. I think we should try as much as possible to ensure we domesticate our support and actually target the local farmers by bringing or by ensure our local governments are active. Local governance is important. If actually we're actually focusing on food security, that will target the real farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next person, next question. We are going to bring this session to an end, so we are coming to the end of the proceedings, so that we can leave room for other processes to take place. So quickly, please, the next person. We will have two more questions, the present and then the next last one.
My name is Abosede Oluwaseun, the APC Youth Leader, State of Osun. I generally want to talk to us all youth this afternoon because I've noticed the level of energy, zeal, passion that we used in participating in NSAS then. If you have used it to come together as a youth to demand for inclusiveness in political governance and activities of the nations, we would have moved higher than where we are today. We came together, participated in NSAS, funding ourselves, but when it is time for us to go into politics, we will be following our godfathers all around. Now, I want to charge the political ruling class that they should stop frustrating the not young to rule bill that has been passed already by the President Muhammad Buhari. They should on all political parties that 30% of their vote, of their slot, should go to youth as a matter of policy. All government at all levels should know that 30% of their appointment should mandatorily go to youth. And I want to say it to the NYSC and the federal government. The era of saying that you go to youth service at 30 years and you are no longer employable at 30 years, let's assume I go to service at year 30. I come back, you now say I'm no longer employable. It is very necessary to create room for us as a youth, that when we go for our youth service year, we are still qualified to work, because most you discover, I gained admission into a university or polytechnic. For 10 years, I'm unable to graduate. And I choose to graduate at 30 to no fault of mine. This should be looked into to be corrected.
Thank you very much. Let me just, because he has raised a very important issue of inclusiveness and space for young people in politics. Let me quote for you the statement of His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari that was delivered for this conference yesterday. I quote, "Ours is a country of very young people, and the cliche that the youth are only leaders of tomorrow is now well discredited." That is President Muhammadu Buhari. So you are not actually leaders of tomorrow, but you are leaders of today. So you have to stand up and take your space, claim your space today through organization like this. Develop consciousness, organize yourself, and present your demands to the polity so that you can be heard and you can be taken seriously. Thank you. Next person, please. The last intervention.
My name is Comrade Jafar Loko. I am from Nasarawa State. I want to specifically speak on the youth inclusiveness in governance. There are other impediments that whatever we are going to talk here, it may not work after leaving this place. I am not trying to preempt the result of what we are here for. If really we want you to be included, then there is need for a platform to be created for youth to actively participate in politics. When you participate, that is where you are to be included. And for us to actively participate, then there is need for all the political parties and the political actors to demonetize and stop commercializing the political processes in Nigeria. Too Young to Rule bill has come to existence. But there are other things that surround Too Young to Rule, which if they have not been addressed, Too Young to Rule will not see the light of the day. This issue of political commercialization. Two, for you to actively participate in politics, then there is need for a serious bill to be sponsored on the issue of political thuggery. Youth are engaged by politicians as thugs. Let there be a bill that any politician who engages youth as thugs should be punished. Thirdly,
please, can you be concise? We don't have time.
The Ministry of Youth and Sport of all the 36 states should consider youth to man the affairs of that ministry, not ordinary youth, but those youth who have been in the youth struggle, who have been in the youth activism, because they are the one acquainted with the do's and don'ts of youth in the country, and they know what are the problems of youth, and they know where to go and address those problems. These are my submissions.
Thank you very much. I think, the conversation is getting very interested. We will give the floor to one person. I see a very insistent gentleman there. I will give you the floor at my own discretion. So, no, wait, please. I'll give you. Where is the mic? MC. MC, have you given microphone? Have you given somebody microphone? Yes, please, let them speak. Yeah,
all protocols duly and well observed. My name is Abdulmumin Edidi from Lagos State. Apart from the Not Too Young to Run bill, that doesn't actually allow young people to actively participate in politics. So, based on research, we are proposing that the federal government through the National Assembly should work on local government autonomy. That's one. The second issue is that young people are actively organizing at the local level. We are engaging ourselves. We are the most active community at the local level. Therefore, 2/3, which is 65% of elective and appointive positions at the local government, should be allocated to young people. This will ensure that young persons between the age of 18 and 35 can participate at the local government level, and by the time you are 35, you are automatically forced out of the system to look ahead, just like President Muhammadu Buhari said in 2018 at the United Nations, that whoever refuses to look ahead will remain behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Now, let me, as moderator, ask the gentleman in orange, to please, please speak. Can you give him the microphone? Yes, to this gentleman. And that will be the last intervention. Then we'll come back to the podium. I will give the panelists one minute to respond. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. My name is Ushi Israel, and I'm representing Delta State. Sir, I want to throw this question to Mr. Gobless Tobere. I want to say, what is society? What is the role of the civil society in protecting young people who are in political offices right now? Because we're seeing some political leaders asking young people who are in political offices, e.g., using the Plateau saga now that is currently ongoing, where the speaker is forcefully impeached by 6 people against 13 people. What is the civil society doing about that, and what is the protection mechanism that will... Secondly, I want to propose that the government and the private sector should put their heads together and set up a food processing institute in our universities. It will go a long way to do. Then finally, I must say that our federal character principle has not been respected so far, so long. Our federal character principle should be respected across all boards, across all agencies and ministries in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me thank all of you, those who have spoken, very constructive, insightful remarks that you have made, and to apologize to those who wanted to speak but could not get the opportunity. I believe in the course of the proceedings, some of you will get the chance to speak. Without much ado, let me give the microphone back to the panelists, who will now respond to the issues you have raised, and then we can sum up this session and allow for the next process to take place. So, MC, can you pass the microphone round? No, I don't see. Okay, let me just come in.
Sorry, please, before we take responses from the panelists, I would just like to invite on stage.
I have 2, and then I'll give you.
I would just like to invite on stage Mr. Eric Edem Agbana, a fellow School of Transnational Governance, European University Institute, Italy. Mr. Eric Edem Agbana. Okay, we can go on.
Okay. I will want to respond to the 2 questions. There is one gentleman at the back who spoke about empowerment of youth at the grassroots and provision of post-harvest equipment. Yes. Currently in the ministry, there is a program ongoing under Green Imperative that the federal government has gone into partnership with the Brazilian government to bring in 10,000 tractors to the country. I think this arrangement has gone over 85% conclusion. And under that agreement, there is a clause that those tractors will be imported in under CKD. This is to empower our youth to get opportunity to participate in assembling them when they come. And there will be workshop for these tractors in the 774 local government of the Federation, which will be manned by the youth. They will be trained by our counterpart partners from Brazil to sustain these tractors. And those tractors are going to be given to farmers on a subsidized price which will be paid over 5 years period. That's what I have to say for that. The last speaker spoke about the provision of processing equipment in universities. Yes, the Ministry of Agriculture has a specific universities of agriculture, and we have been supporting them with some processing equipment and farm machineries. We are closely getting into the issue of massive food processing equipment to assist, because 45% of post-harvest loss in agriculture is based on lack of these equipments. So we are looking keenly on that. And finally, I was impressed by the DG's information about the rice farms that they have in the NYSC farm. I think it will be good if we partner, because we also have some rice mills that we use to give as empowerment to youth and women, so that the youth in the NYSC service can also benefit and enhance their productivity in their various farms. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Moderator.
All right. Sorry, I actually just wanted to talk about the young person that spoke about the local government autonomy. Again, I think if we really want to be serious about food security in Nigeria, there are some things that we need to pay attention to. Yes, we need to empower the youth, but we need to empower women. Like the minister said earlier, the women and the youth pretty much are the one responsible for the bulk of food production in Nigeria. So when I was hearing things like, we pay for fertilizers into some account and all that, the bulk of farmers, the bulk of women millers, the bulk of women farmers that I know are not even banked. They are either underbanked or unbanked, right? So the issue is we need to first of all, because I would go to the farm, for example, to purchase something, right? And the person I'm buying from wants cash from me, not transfer. They don't even have an account. That's just the truth. So the issue is, how are we reaching out to these people? The special advisor to the president said something about the spectrum of Nigerian youth and how some people are not educated. The question is, how are we getting to the uneducated and unskilled? Majorly, those are the people that are actually in the rural areas doing this work, doing this farming, doing this processing. Then when it comes to you said something about fabrication, the equipment. The equipment I use in my factory are locally fabricated, all locally fabricated. And the thing is, why don't we have these centers, these fabrication centers, these technology centers in the rural areas? Why don't we give some kind of power, I don't know, to the local government to be able to, sort out these people where they are, not necessarily having to move into the city to be able to get some of these things done. So yeah, I just wanted to, mention that. And again, we need to pay attention to the women. That's just, there is no brainer about that if we really want to get serious. Thank you.
Right. You permit me again to just stand, because I think it helps. So your question, my brother, is how will the civil society community protect young political elected leaders? See, the answer to that will be, we can only do the best we can do in ensuring that young people are elected. Now, let me explain. Political decisions that are made on the halls of governance platforms must be treated as political consequences for actions taken. Let me explain why I was saying to a few persons and why I said it to us today. Our responsibility is not to just send one person. Young people, I am drawing my ears. Let me come so that you see me well. If you elect only me today to the Delta State House of Assembly as a young man, example, you have 25 local governments, right? And then I'm representing my local government as the only young person. What we would have done is to put me as a small lion in the midst of old lions. They will eat me very quickly. What is the goal? The goal is this, young people, let's not lose sight. By 2023, we must ensure that we elect more young people to protect ourselves. Civil society cannot tell political parties what to do when they want to impeach who they elected themselves. Were we the ones that elected them? So the goal is this. We can only talk about the need for young people to be protected, but we don't vote. Let me give you an example. When on Thursday, the first consideration of the Electoral Amendment Act, when it was being considered on the floor, I was sitting at the gallery. Ladies and gentlemen, I witnessed for the first time in my life, I was where my destiny was being decided on. I couldn't act. You know why? I was not an elected officer. I couldn't make a decision. I couldn't vote. As a member of the civil society space, I can only say, but I cannot tell the Plateau State House what to do when they are making that decision. Do you want us to protect them? Go back to your state, Israel. Organize. Get more young people in there. When the old guard conspire to take us out, we will be there in our numbers to say no, we will protect our future. That is the only way to protect young people. If we think that the civil society space will somehow protect young elected leaders, ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to be able to protect us. Right?
Thank you very much.
2023, organize and let's do it. One last thing. Anambra election is coming. And I know a lot of young people are tensed. They are asking us, what are we going to do as young people? We have committed to the peace accord. For the first time in Anambra State, we will be signing a youth-led peace accord side by side, General Abdulsalam, Gowon, and Reverend Matukuka. Because young people are no longer going to be told what to do. I like what he said. We are no longer the leaders of tomorrow. We are the leaders of what? Today.
Mr. God bless. Thank you very much.
God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. On that note, we've come to the end.
Okay. Thank you. Well, let me just ask ourselves here that after this conference, what are we taking home? What are we taking home is the most important thing that we should put at the back of our mind. Regarding the youth inclusiveness in politics and other things, I think when I came in, I met I think somebody from Ekiti State raised an issue of mentoring. Well, to me, as a politician and as a public servant, I think mentoring is the key to our politics, to economy, to our cultural activities. You see, just like my brother just said now that the civil society cannot do alone and cannot just tell you that vote for this or this and that. We should look at how other countries, developing countries, are doing in terms of politics. I mean, when you look at the National Assembly, both at the State Assembly, have, for instance, I'm sorry to quote, to mention name, but for me, I think for the young people, when they are under an umbrella of any civil organization, or let's say the youth organization of NYSC, does NYSCN has any state assembly member? in the 36 states of the Federation? Does the council have a representative at the National Assembly? We should be asking ourselves that. Nobody will solve our problems. I believe a young person knows the problem of a young person. So if you want to protect the interests of a young person, participate and be in a place where you will make a decision where you will represent him where he doesn't deserve to be there. I'm expecting by 2023 to see NYSC, Youth Congress, Youth Parliament, students have a representative at the State Assembly, National Assembly. That's one. Two, mentoring. I raised the issue of mentoring is that, look, within ourselves here, we have the opportunity to be here. But if I may ask each and every one of us here, please and please, regardless of whoever you are, I don't want to embarrass anybody, but if I ask how many youth or how many young people do you mentor in your own level, at your own level, how many? You see? So I mean, if at least, for instance, the way we do the Not Too Young to Run bill, if civil society organizations, youth groups, we in the government will come together and say, all right, let's have an initiative of one youth, one mentor, whereby we charge the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we charge the Vice President, we charge the Senate President, we charge the Speaker, we charge the Head of Service, we charge the Counselor, that all right, in your own capacity, as the President or as a Counselor, engage and mentor one young person. We will see a lot of difference. The DG of the NYSC just said it here. The way they are mentoring at their own level and their own capacity. So how many MDS do we have that are doing that in the country? How many ministries do we have that are doing that? How many political appointees do we have? How many civil servants do we have? How many politicians do we have? How many traditional rulers do we have that are mentoring young people in this country? It is not about sitting down here, making deliberations and making that without taking anything away of it. That is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you give a big round of applause to our panelists, please? Thank you. And I want you to give even a bigger round of applause to yourselves, please, for being so patient and committed to this meeting. And finally, let us give a huge round of applause to the Honorable Minister of Youth and Sports Development and the Ministry of Youth. Thank you. I'm sure at the end of the proceedings, our very able MC will make some announcements about organizational and housekeeping matters. It is my duty as moderator to round up this conference without boring you with too much or too many remarks. But there are some essential things that have come out that we all need to take away from here. I'm going to just summarize them in bullet points so that you will know why we are here and when you go away, what you need to do. So please, I will just go through the points I have made. Young people must be educated and well informed, because information is power. Young people should be disciplined and focused, because without discipline and focus, you will not be organized and you cannot make impact in the areas of concern and interest to you. Young people should be interested in governance, because this is the only vehicle by which change and transformation can be brought about. Young people must be political so that you can have a stake in the way the country is governed and your destiny is shaped. Young people must have opportunities, while they should also create opportunities for themselves in areas of activities in life. Young people should be involved because it is only through involvement that you can be relevant and important. Young people should be empowered by deliberate policies and programs of inclusion and support to enable them to become what we all hope that they will be as leaders in their respective communities. Young people must be patriotic because without commitment to our country, there is nothing left for us to look forward to. Finally, and not the least, young people must not be needlessly distracted away from their genuine struggles for national unity, peace, and security, as this affects their lives, their present, and their future. On this note, I should like to thank the organizers of this conference for giving us opportunity to come together, to reflect on our being, on our individual identities, and also on the future of our country. I thank you all for following these proceedings very, very carefully, very interestedly, and in very committed and disciplined manner. I would like to now give the microphone to the MC for necessary announcements. May God bless you all. May God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much. Long live Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Immense gratitude to Ambassador Usman Sariki, the moderator for this session. He's a former deputy Nigerian permanent representative to the United Nations. And to our esteemed panelists, thank you very much. Can we just, to wrap up this session, can we just have a group photo, please? Very quickly, please. Hello, gentlemen of the media. Can we have a group photo here, please? Oh. Honorable Minister for the Youth and Sports Development, please can you join us on stage, as well as the Director General, National Youth Service Corps. Please join us on stage. Or first of all, let us have group photo for the panelists. We just have the group. We just have for the panelists first. Sorry. No. Thank you very much. Oh, can we just have just the panelists, please? Just the panelists. Sorry. Please, can we just have the panelists for the group photo? Just the panelists, please, for the group photo. Just the panelists. Can we just have just the panelists? Please. Yes, I was just about to do that as well. We've done it. Yeah. Yes. All right. To our esteemed audience and delegates, so one of our partners has been magnanimous to make provision for tea, for water, and every other assorted drinks outside. So please, while we are yet preparing for the next session, you can go quickly grab yourself a cup of tea and water outside, just outside waiting for you. Then also, and our partner has provided for free internet services here in this auditorium. So just log on to Legend Free Wi-Fi and hook up. Legend Free Wi-Fi and hook up. We have Honorable Sana Buba, Commissioner of Youth and Sport Development from Borno State, here representing the Borno State government. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. So we have tea, water, courtesy of Nestle, partner of the National Youth Conference, and free internet services from Suburban. Just log on to Legend Free Wi-Fi. Legend Free Wi-Fi.
Let's go downstairs.
There's tea and there's water courtesy of Nestle and free Wi-Fi courtesy of Suburban. Just log on to Legend Free Wi-Fi. Mr. Bruce Ayonote. Mr. Bruce Ayonote. Are you here, please? log on to Legend Free Wi-Fi for free internet access. Please, by 5 minutes past 1, we'll start the next session. 5 minutes past 1. The commencement of the next session. Please, let's settle down. Let's settle down as we get set to commence the next session. Commencement of the next session. Session over. Photo session over on the stage. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Nigerian youth. Great Nigerian youth. Great Nigerian youth. Great of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest Nigerian youth. Thank you very much for your audience so far. Thank you very much. So our next session, and very quickly at that, we'll be introducing our panelists. But before I do that, I want us to, let me make this announcement. There's free internet connectivity in this auditorium, so please just access or just log into Legend Free Wi-Fi for internet access. Legend Free Wi-Fi for internet access. And for some of us who may not know, NYSC, the partner of the Nigerian National Youth Conference, has been magnanimous or kind enough to make provision for water, tea, coffee, whichever you please to have just outside the gate. So please just make your way there and come back straight right into the auditorium and participate in the next session. Without much ado, our next session will focus on a topic, a very, very interesting topic, which is still on politics, security, and national development. What the youth wish we knew. What the youth wish we knew. The challenging road to achieving inclusion and social justice. So this is in furtherance to the overall theme of this conference, which is youth inclusiveness, governance, security, and employment. Youth inclusiveness, governance, security, and employment. It is very, very important for us to understand how best we can get included, how best we can participate, and how best we can be involved in the entire governance process. This will ensure that we're not just bench warmers or onlookers, but we're direct participants of the entire process. So, I would like to invite on stage the moderator for the session, Dr. Angel Adelaja Kuye. Dr. Angel Adelaja Kuye is a development consultant and the SSA, Senior Special Advisor or Senior Special Assistant Agric to the Governor of Ogun State. Senior Special Assistant to the Governor of Ogun State on Agriculture. Thank you very much. She's the moderator for this session, and so she's going to be guiding the process. Then to our panelists. Sorry, excuse me. To our panelists, let me invite first on stage Ms. Chineye Uwanaka, the managing partner, the FEMA Advisory. Ms. Chineye Uwanaka, she's a legal professional, and she's been very much involved in the political dialogue space, engaging with the young people on how to get involved. Let's put our hands together as she comes on stage. Ms. Chineye Uwanaka, managing partner, the FEMA Advisory. Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Bruce Ayonote. Mr. Bruce Ayonote is the CEO of Suburban Communication. So you've heard me making announcements about Legend Free Wi-Fi, the free internet service that we have here. Suburban Communication is a partner to the National Youth Conference. Let's put our hands together for them. As the CEO, Mr. Bruce Ayonote makes his way on stage. Thank you very much. Next also is the Group Managing Director, Halogen Group. I'm sure some of us have taken note of their security personnel around us or across us, ensuring our safety and security. And the Group Managing Director is no other person than Mr. Wale Olaoye, who is here present with us. Halogen Group is also a partner to the National Youth Conference. Let's put our hands together as he comes on stage. Let's put our hands together as he comes on stage, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Wale Olaoye. Next, representing the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Mr. Kenneth Aimufia. Mr. Kenneth Aimufia is representing the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together as he comes on stage as well. Thank you very much. Then do we have a National Security Agency resource person here, please? A representative of any of the national security agencies as a resource person here, please. Please, if we do, please just nudge him or her right on stage. Thank you very much. So as I mentioned earlier, the topic we'll be discussing on this afternoon is the challenging road to achieving inclusion and social justice under the broad topic of politics, security, and national development, what the youth wish we knew. I hand it now over to Dr. Angel Adela-Jacquier.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you? I know you guys have had a tea break, so you have some energy in you. How are you? I'm not starting this panel session until I hear back from you. If you guys are alive, please shout something, huh?
Great Nigerian youth! Great Nigerian youth! Great of the greatest 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 Nigerian youth! Better, thank you very much.
So you guys are still with us. We want to make sure because like he said, my name is Angel Adela-Jacquier. I am Senior Special Assistant to the Governor of Ogun State on Agriculture. I am a farmer, but I'm also a youth. And we're talking today about the challenges of being able to ensure inclusion and social justice. So today we're going to talk the real talk. It's not about fancy, catchphrases. This is what I know each and every single one of you want to hear and want to discuss. So we're going to talk about that today. And we're going to make sure that we have enough time to engage back and forth on conversations with you as our last panelists. You know, there's a seat here available. So that seat is to represent each and every single one of you, because I know that you have so many experiences and viewpoints that you may want to bring up. So we want to make sure that this conversation is as interactive as possible. Now, we've come today because we know what we have passed through and what we've experienced as youth. This is nothing new. We know that these are things that even our parents passed through, but yet we still have these issues of youth not being respected, not being included in the conversations, in policies, in making sure that those policies are implemented in governance, in the political space, in the corporate space, in the corporate world. So we want to have a conversation on inclusion. We want to have a conversation on making sure that how do we get past talking about youth empowerment and youth inclusion as a token, and making sure that youth are fully engaged in all parts of our lives, in all parts of our governance space, to make sure that we have a true voice and true representation. I'll tell you that I spoke to a friend of mine, and he was telling me that, oh, you're going to have a conversation on youth inclusion. He said, how can you talk about youth inclusion when even the term youth at times seems so, it marginalizes us in a way? We are young adults, therefore we are adults that deserve to have a voice and to have a space, right? And at the end of the day, we still find ourselves struggling for jobs, struggling for relevance, struggling for access to things that we should have, struggling for budget in the national budget. So the question now is, if we are young adults and we make up over 60% of this population, which means that we are the majority, why is it that we still feel marginalized, and why is it that we're still treated as a minority? And so to help us to kind of expand on this conversation, we have with us our distinguished panelists, I want to open the floor to them by first allowing them to introduce themselves and what they do and how they are advancing the youth agenda. So please, in just a few sentences, I want you to please introduce yourself and also let us know, because the audience, they're not going to buy anything that you have to say unless we know that you're an ally and advocate for us. So please, let us know you. Thank you.
Let me just use this. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here, happy to be a youth, and happy to be a woman on this panel. Angel and I are representing the women on this panel. I can see my lovely ladies out there. My name is Chineye Wanaka. I'm a lawyer. I like to call myself a low-key activist. I advocate a lot for women and for youth. I believe in empowering the youth. I'm a managing partner of the FEMA Advisory, which is a law and consulting firm. I'm also an impact investor. I invest in agriculture and renewable energy. That's my side hustle, like they call it. But most importantly and relevant to this conversation is that I am the founder and convener of Africa Policy Conversations. It's a Pan-African youth-led initiative. And over the past few years, we've been advocating for better policies. We've been engaging with the National Assembly, with policymakers, ministers, on policies that would advance this country and provide jobs for the youth and provide an enabling environment. I'm very passionate about Nigeria. I'm proud to be Nigerian, and I want Nigeria to succeed. So I also call myself a nation builder. I think I'm going to stop here and let others introduce themselves. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Kenneth Aimufia. I work with the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing, the Research and Statistics Division of Planning, Research and Statistics Department. Before then, maybe some of you would know that I also worked practically for about 10 years in Ministry of Youth Development, and I was the desk officer for the current youth policy that was reviewed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be here. My name is Bruce Ayanote. My job, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Suburban Fiber Company. But my passion, I'm an entrepreneur who believes in development, youth development. I'm very strong about Nigeria, and I believe it will turn a corner. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wale Olaoye. I'm the CEO of Halogen Group. I'm a young Nigerian that believes in the capacity of the Nigerian and the black man to take the commanding heights of whatever sphere or sectors they find themselves striding. We employ over 25,000 Nigerians in every state in the area of cybersecurity, in the area of marine security, telematics, electronics, and technicians who deliver risk management situations across our country. We also run the first and only engagement with 3 Nigerian universities to develop capacity in the area of cybersecurity and critical national risk with Babcock University, Elizabeth University, and OAU in Ife. We are committed to Nigeria and to the youth of this country. And we have them in every state, in the high seas, on land, and technically as well. Thank you.
So are we convinced that they're the right people to have this conversation? If they are, please give a bossa. I need it to be louder so we can start this conversation. Thank you. I just want to make sure that you guys are paying attention. You don't want to miss this conversation. So, like I was saying before, we're at a point where whatever we are seeing in Nigeria now, it is built upon and based on whatever those who came before us decided to do or what they failed to do, right? And you have a situation where things came to a loggerhead. Even before NSARS, the COVID lockdown, it showed the economic fragility of Nigeria. Especially hard hit was Nigerian youth, who trooped out to say that they are hungry. Some went as far as to ask why should they sacrifice their livelihoods and their jobs for an older generation that they feel did not sacrifice for them. So let me ask a question. Is that actually true? Has Nigeria sacrificed for its youth, or have they not sacrificed for its youth? And what is your opinion, or in your reality, what is the opinion on the policies that have been set in place to either put youth first, or you feel have not put youth first? And do you feel that Nigerian youth are currently being catered for? I'm going to start with you because of what you said about what you're doing with youth. Do you feel that Nigeria has sacrificed for its youth?
If you allow me, Mr. Moderator, I will answer that question. But I want to lay 3 critical foundations that will guide my belief and conviction. The first and foremost, and I want to lay that is a keynote, I think. We must first and foremost commit and understand that nation building is not fought through cynicism, not through reflective criticism, not through self-depreciation at every point, but through courage, commitment, and conviction. And this is more abundant in the youth. Secondly, it is impossible for us to demand parity and respect when we swim over oceans to demand asylum in other nations. It says it just cannot be. It says we cannot solve problems. It says we're people who choose to cut and run. It says we choose to break rather than build. So therefore, this is not who we are. So respect must be earned by the youth and sustained through economic capacity, cultural depth, scientific and innovation accomplishments, and quality of life enjoyed by every one of our youth in our society. So to answer your question, on that last note, government's responsibility is primary. Provide the environment in which every member of the nation, whether youth, women, men, will thrive. So fundamentally, government exists to ensure security for its people and create conditions for them to thrive. I'll leave it at that. We can build on that.
So I also want to bring this question to Mr. Bruce Ayonota. Do you feel Nigeria, you've heard what he's had to say. What do you think? Do you feel Nigeria has sacrificed for the youth? Should they sacrifice for the youth? Or should the youth sacrifice for Nigeria?
So thank you. I think the youth should sacrifice for Nigeria. And the reason I'm saying so is I don't think Nigeria is able to, in its present state, deliver the expectations of the youth. It's a very simple, I think there's a simple way to look at it. Assuming you had a father who did not have the financial capacity, be it discipline or he just didn't have the resources. Because some people could have resources and mismanage them, and some could not have resources. But if you had a father who could not deliver financial and economic benefits to you, and he was also not able to protect your house fully, and due to genuine and reasons that were not also genuine, And for some reason, he just could not fully wrap his hands around his responsibilities. I think the child then would have to step in. He will have to cover in the areas that the father cannot meet for the family to continue to be one. It's different if you were visiting somebody and you experienced that, you could go away. But if it's your family and your parents could not deliver your expectations, you might want to rethink a way of you contributing to that family and preserving your family.
So my understanding is that, from what we've spoken about so far, is that there's a level of expectation for a conducive environment, for security, for every individual, including youth, to be able to thrive in this nation. And what I'm also hearing is that in the absence of, well, to just break it down what he said, if someone's father was wretched, it does not mean that they too should be wretched. And we shall not be wretched. I don't want to be wretched. So it means that we have to step in. We have to step in to make Nigeria, to sacrifice for Nigeria, to sacrifice for our family, to make it what it needs to be. And so on that note, I really want to get back to this issue of security. The NSARS protest had youth in the street protesting for social justice. That's after and on top of COVID-19, right? They didn't feel free in their own country, right? And we're talking about the basic rights that the country should be able to provide for us. They felt that you must be a well put together oga with plenty money, nice jeep, a little bit of pot belly to be seen and respected and regarded by security agents. If you decide to wear your jeans and you have a smallish frame, even myself, I have colleagues that have told me I must add weight to be a madam. In my capacity and my mental thinking, you're not a madam until you've added weight, Abby. And the same thing with the young men. You're not an oga until you're carrying twins. You have belly as big as twins and you're driving Jeep. And so that respect is not there, and you see it when you're engaging with security professionals. So that means that the youth, they feel that with the stereotypes, the social stereotypes that are there about them, they've said, youth, we're not doing this, youth, we're doing 419, we're this and that. It's provided a level of disenfranchisement because it means that we're all blanketed with those stereotypes. And then it means that we cannot go freely. If any single one of you want to go from one location to another in your car with a laptop and security officials stop you, are you free? Do you have that same faith in the security apparatus? So my question is, how are we in this country able to still provide youth with that level of inclusion and feeling like they are meant to fulfill those things that they want to fulfill when they seem to be stripped of some of the human rights that others that may be older or maybe more wealthy are being afforded? And should that be so? So I want to start with you. You're a lawyer on the panel. We're talking about human rights. So we youth, we deserve human rights. So what are your thoughts? Are we, and are the stereotypes helping when it comes to youth being able to access those human rights?
Angel, your question is so apt. Thank you so much for that question. Being a lawyer, I'm very passionate about access to justice. I'm a founder, I'm an employer of labor. You know, I contribute to the society, but even me, you know, I've had instances of being harassed by the police. There was a time recently in Lagos that I was with a few friends of mine. Some of them are founders of their companies worth millions of dollars. You know, successful women. And we were harassed by the police. In fact, we were almost taken to the station. We were in front of one of my friends' houses. Her husband had to come out of the house to bail us out from the policemen because they were about to take us away. Maybe they thought we were prostitutes or something. It's not even like we were dressed. I think we were wearing traditional and all that. So we live in a country where there's no respect for you when you're a young person and when you're a woman, you know. And when these issues arise, you don't have access to justice. Some people, the average Nigerian cannot even afford a lawyer. If you're locked up, many people are in jail without, they're awaiting trial. They don't have access to courts because the courts are even over-congested, the prisons are over-congested. So the whole justice system in this country needs an overhaul. I don't want to say it has failed, but it's on the brink. And, as a lawyer, sometimes even you feel like your hands are tied because we go to communities, we advocate, we engage with the judges, we try to sensitize people about their human rights. But even when they're trying to enforce those rights, look at the NSAS protests. People went out to air their grievances, to hold government accountable, which is what you're supposed to do in a democracy. You're supposed to be able to hold your government accountable. The government is for the people, by the people, right? But in Nigeria, there's evidence that people were extrajudicially killed, and 1 year later, nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. It's so heart-wrenching. I know people who left Nigeria and said they will never come back again just because of that NSAS protest and the aftermath of the protest. So, if we really want things to change in Nigeria, we must start with the foundation, which is the rule of law. We need to uphold justice and equity. People cannot do the wrong thing and get away with it. Because if the youth feel like people are doing the wrong thing and getting away with it, they too, they'll do the wrong thing and get away with it. And that's why you see a state of anarchy, insecurity, kidnapping, lawlessness. People do all sorts of things. Even in this Abuja, in the Federal Capital Territory, people go to people's houses and murder them. People go and rape people, and they get away with it. They say, okay, go to court. Because they know that when they go to court, the case might be there for 10 years or 20 years. I once, in the law firm I used to work at, Afe Babalola & Co., before I set up my own law firm, we were handling the case of Dora Akoyili. And it was her attempted murder. And that case had been in court for over a decade. She even died, and she wasn't able to get justice. So we really need to reform the justice system. That's the only way we can empower the youth and all the citizens of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And outside of, please.
Yes, please. My apologies. I would like to call on stage a panelist. Mr. Femi Adiago is an ICT consultant and a social commentator. Please join us on stage. Let's put our hands together as they come on stage, please. Sorry for...
Sorry, you're welcome, sir. Thank you so much. So as I was saying, yes, you must have laws, you must enforce the rule of law, but there are policies in place, I believe, that are supposed to protect all Nigerians, including youth. But those cultural stereotypes still seem to come into play. So how do we also create, we have traditions. Yoruba culture, it says, you must respect your elders, you must this, but there's a social contract there. So how do we ensure that we start to evolve our cultures to be able to make sure that youth have a healthy governance?
We need to know whether he's around. Honorable Simeon Toluwani. John is very important, so if he's around,
Okay, that youth are also respected so that they can start to get the mantle of building their nation. Sorry, I'll bring that question to you at the end. Sorry.
Thank you very much. One thing I know is that culture is dynamic. Culture is dynamic, and so with time, as the nation evolves, the culture also evolves. Things must not continue to remain the same.
Hold the microphone closer, sorry.
Things must not continue to remain the same. The way things were done in the 60s, in the 50s, I think you will all agree with me that in recent times, there are changes to that. And in that light, the youth also must also be protected. When you interface with youth, you must put them in the current trend and not look at them with the old eyes with which your forefathers looked at you. We cannot say that because culture says the do's and the does of culture. For that reason, let me take, for example, dressing, because dressing is one. Our dressing style of those days has evolved over time. It's no longer the same. And so for that reason, you don't say, oh, because the youth are dressed this way, they are not well brought up. You must learn to accommodate them in the way things are being done currently. That's just all I have to say.
They have been impactful, or is there a gap between the policy and the people? And if so, where are those gaps, and how can we start filling those gaps?
Thank you very much. Let me start by putting some basic pillars so that when we examine these popular parts, it makes more sense. One, Nigeria has about 88 million people under the age of 15. So when we will talk about our total population, being youth starts from 15 to 35. So really, it's a largely dependent population, as it were. Two, I think the issue, I want to go back to the comments we're making. I think the issues we largely talk about are not necessarily demographic issues. They are issues that affect all Nigerians. But the reason why we don't have impactful policies at times is because we're always thinking in silos. So we come at it from gender, religion, ethnicity. Now we introduce age as well as a divide. So very soon we're going to introduce height. So you can't, it's like a tower of Babel. Everybody's coming from their own narrow prison and nobody's looking at the holistic picture. The policemen we're talking about are largely youth. How about that? They're under 35 million. You don't have to put old men into the thematic part of the police force. So you see it as if only on you. The soldiers we're talking about, they are youth. You saw a video recently, the NYSC cop. I saw the NYSC there and the soldier lady. They are both from the same state, female, youth. So if we want to resolve our issues, I think the first thing we need to do is to break this Tower of Babel kind of mentality we have and look at problems holistically. That's the first thing. When we need to talk about measurement of policies or whatever, we also need to tether ourselves to facts. There are too many assumptions in our discourse. Far too many. There's an assumption that the current everybody is going to pass through in that sense. So there's no such, nobody is static in it. So we need to look at it. What are the environmental issues that affect this human generation? Is it technology? Because we didn't have this when we were youth. They have it. In the next 20 years, they will not be youth. Okay. In the next 20 years, they will not be youth, they will be adults. Maybe the youth of that time will be swiping holographic technology. Maybe that's how they will be running the thing. So the problems will be different problems. But to also say that this narrative of, you see, so many things don't work in Nigeria. I shared here yesterday. I mean, we could all express serious frustration, but so many things don't work in many places that we are trying to run to. I said to this
audience yesterday, in Sweden, in 2019, there were 267 bomb attacks. In Sweden. That's a $53,000 GDP per capita economy. So would you say it's because of poverty? No. Crime, drugs. People make bad choices at times. So I want us to just go back to saying that if we are able to defeat these narratives of cynicism, I think, and balance our criticisms with the things that work so that we can actually evolve. If we're able to conquer the Tower of Babel syndrome where we're all firing from our interests, positions, and saying things like nothing, all, those are very generalistic terms. I think we may be able to monitor policy or to articulate policy, execute policy, and monitor policy more truthfully and more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think you have a point there. We're all Nigerian. We're all facing challenges. Some are facing challenges more than others. I think we're all here today because this set of youth have a unique experience and have a unique set of challenges that they want to overcome and that they want to make sure that they are, like you said, it's a highly dependent population. But you start to compare apples to oranges when you see in other countries, by 18, you are an adult. You are a young adult. You are fully given all the rights of adulthood. Whereas here, you are still in your father's house. You are not even thinking of buying house. You are looking for job. So I want to get to the next question that we talked about. What does Nigeria owe? I think the youth. I think one of the things, like you said, it's a dependent population. One of the things that is owed is education. And we can't underestimate the power of meaningful education. There's a book that I read in secondary school, and I would ask all of you to read it, which is Plato's The Republic. And it talks about governance and different governance structures. And when it talks about democracy, it says that democracy is for people who are educated enough to be able to make informed decisions for themselves. So to have a meaningful democracy, you must be educated. Now, you have a situation where Nigerian youth, at times, they go to university and they spend a gentleman said earlier, 10 years in university because of strikes. Or you have situations in secondary school where they're not teaching civics or other things that they've removed from the educational system that don't give them the opportunity to expand and critically think. So the question is, why do we allow such inequalities in education? And how do we make sure that those inequalities are not based on economic lines? Because those who can afford education send their children abroad or to private schools, and those who cannot are based on the public school system. So how can we make sure that the educational experience is more dynamic and equally accessible and inclusive for all youth? Can I start with you, and then I'll go to you?
Okay, thank you, Angel. Our education system in Nigeria needs a complete overhaul. You know, a lot of people who go to school now spend many years, but when they come out, they seek employment, but they're not employable. Sometimes I do interviews where I can interview up to 50 people, sometimes even more, and I can't even find one person to employ. And I don't blame them because, like we said, the institutions are not providing the work-ready skill sets that people need. Critical thinking, problem solving, you know, attention to detail, things like that. Digital skills as well. So you see people who even know what is in textbook, but they cannot apply it to real life. You know, if you ask them questions about current affairs, who is the minister of this? What's the policy? What's the agency that handles this? They don't know, you know? And you see their peers who are in other countries are at 14 coding, you know, AI, robotics, creating new technologies and new advancements. So I believe that our education system, there's a policy that needs to be put in place to emphasize on skill acquisition, you know, and innovation. I always say we've moved to a knowledge-based economy. We're in the fourth industrial revolution. So this whole focus on, reading to become a civil servant, don't get me wrong, there's also the role for the civil service for people to, read some of these, but at the end of the day, we must be taught to innovate. There are people who haven't gone to school. I always talk about the Igbo entrepreneurship model. They become billionaires. They learned trade, entrepreneurship. Why can't we have people like that who are success stories go to schools and teach entrepreneurship? Why do you have to study something for how many years and you come out, you can't find a job, you can't start your business, you can't do anything? So let us look at the areas where people have comparative advantage. If it's agriculture, teach them agri-tech skills from a young age. If it's to code or to, teach them how to innovate, teach them how to start up businesses, because it's the businesses and the entrepreneurs that will create the jobs and will create wealth. Our education system is not producing the right type of talents that we need for jobs. A lot of people are unemployed because they are not employable. So that's my take on that. I'll hand over to the next speaker. Thank you.
And I want to bring this up because you said in the civil service, people should not just go for civil service job, but you need that sort of innovation. There's entrepreneurship, but there's also intrapreneurship. And so you need that level of innovation, even in the civil service, to make sure that we're able to digitize the government processes or other things like that. So I want to, before I get to you, I want to actually ask you, you are representing the Honorable Minister, but in your own personal capacity, also as a civil servant, what do you feel, and especially for youth to come into that civil service?
Practical. And because these young people come into the system and without any hands-on, we just see them and we write them off. But it shouldn't be so. I've had situations in civil service where we had young graduates come into civil service. They come into civil service from level 8, and they are on, and I had to mentor them. I tell them this is how things are done in civil service. When I was in Ministry of Youth, I had a case with one of the officers, a youth development officer. At that point in time, I had to begin to scream. I had to begin to I was becoming more like a bully because I'll keep asking, I say, are you sure you went to the university? But at the point in time, I had to reset my brain. I had to reset myself. I said, no, this guy doesn't know how things are done. It's not as if he didn't go through the school system, but he really need to know how things are done.
So that mentorship needs to be there in every aspect.
So at that point in time, I started grooming him, not just him alone, so many others. And that's what I do. Even in my new ministry, that's what I do. I mentor them, I tell them things, this is how things are done here.
So that experiential learning is key, right?
It's key.
It's key. I know she mentioned the... Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. So she was saying that experiential process, what you see some of the Igbo traders get, what you see a lot of these young startups, it's by experience, not by what they've learned. Even in agriculture, after you experience it, you will learn and you know better. So how can we start to build mentorship and experiential learning into our system? And how do we make it equitable?
So it has to be 10%. And yes, you have a civil code. But what is the impact? The impact is not that. It has 90% of the population does not feel the impact of that institution. So in that case, you have to go in the country. Immaterial is when you have an activity that is immaterial, meaning you don't have an impact on what is going on. So we have a lot of subjective setups that do not have the right kind of impact to make meaningful change. So when you find yourself in such a situation, tearing down the building again is a most sensible thing to do than to continue to ride on that existence.
Once you finish, just collect that one from him. We're having frequencies like
That's interesting. But in order to do that, and of course, we always talk about that nobody has to tell a young lady to become a makeup artist. She knows there's money there, or an event planner. Nobody has to tell a young man to set up a restaurant or start a shawarma business or something like that. There is money there. When we see that there's money somewhere, naturally, the youth will endeavor there. So the question now is that if youth are our future and we need to be investing in them, right? Why is it, or how can we ensure that the budgets are there for education, for experiential learning, for youth to be able to be included, for the Ministry of Youth and Sports even in itself? How do we make sure that that budget is available and dedicated towards youth? Because like you said, we have competing interests, but today, youth. So how do we make sure that happens? And I know you wanted to talk about the other.
Yes, I think I just want to just add on the issue of the education system itself and where we are. Now, to my mind, education is not the academic qualification that appears that we have laid too much credence and emphasis on. I rather look at it from the narrative of I call it the productive population index. The size and number of our people that are able to that are skilled, competent, and able to produce by output. Now, we have obviously failed in that regard. We spent a lot of time discussing around even the rigor of our youth that, what Chief Magister said about our youth, our people being unemployable. Now, that is a national tragedy. Let me quickly say this. There is an obvious need to rethink and relook our entire educational system. So it's not, as I said, education is not economic qualification. So you mentioned the apprenticeship system of our brothers in Alaba, for instance. How do we ensure that every youth in Nigeria is educated to be relevant in the now by a fraction of our population, and 5 years, 10 years, 15 years from now? So here's my take. We have a Ministry of Labor and Productivity that is not engaging Ministry of Education with facts around the realities of the new post-digital economy that we have and the implication for national output and educational system. For instance, I had an experience with my own daughter. She had gone through grade 6, 5, 7, and up to 12. She was about to go to university. She had all A's, but she was not given admission to the university for one reason, that she had not fulfilled her community engagement service. So education is not in the academic. It is in the capacity of the human being to produce, to understand national orientation, to understand your civil responsibility to your nation. I think we need to think more in that regard and to drive an output-based educational system. The Chinese are producing today. Why? First off, they teach in mother tongue. Then the education system is output-based, what you can do. And we're beginning to see today, in my own company, for instance, I've lost a few staff in their in digital business because they're able to do certain, they have certain new skill sets that they have today that has become competitive globally, output based. And these guys are not university graduates. They're just guys who have learned certain skills in the digital space. They're commanding more value today. They're doing more, and they are not academically educated as well. So how do you put that as a nation? That is significant, and we need to address it. It's fundamental. So back to issue of budgets. Understand that, in fact, this year's budget, Nigeria's education, aside from our president going to UK to sign the agreement that will include the educational budget ratio in the national budget, I understand today it stands about 5.1 or 5.6% of our national budget. And the benchmark that they were signed off recently, I think about 10%, is it 10% or 9% of national budget, to education to national budget? So today is at 5-point-something%. That's inadequate. But that for me will never concern me. Why put good money after what needs to be transformed, what needs to be reformed for the sake of our future? Don't forget, after NSAS and after the COVID, quite a lot of our people outside of the city limits, our children in rural areas have lost out for more than a year and a half owing to the impact of COVID. How many of them will have access to learning during that lockdown? That's significant. And now this speaks to a minute part of the reform that is required in calling for I call it an emergency in the educational system. That is required. And if we put that against the budget, education budget index that we have with our budget of 5.1%, it's nowhere. It's nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you want to? Okay.
Thank you very much. I agree with Bruce that a lot of things need to be toned down. I also agree with a lot of things Wale has said, but I just want to add this. The main thing I think we need to tear down is our thinking, it's our attitude. Everything we discuss are symptomatic issues. They're the manifestations of deeper problems. So why don't you have the right percentage allocation in education? It may be resource constraint. Why do you have resource constraints? It may be inefficiency or corruption or a myriad of reasons. However you look at the issue, it boils down to human attitude. If it is corruption, it's because someone somewhere is stealing the resources and is able to do so because it's tolerated by society. Because it's carrying that same money to the church or the mosque or to the home, nobody's going to ask him a question. So until we actually tear down the base attitude, why does somebody need 200 houses? I mean, last week, I don't know whether you read it, 2 civil servants, ICPC seized 300 properties from 2 civil servants. That to me suggests that, and it's not just civil service because they may have come from private sector. So that suggests to me our problems may actually be tending towards, I don't want to use mental, but more attitude. There are deep trauma issues that we haven't resolved in how we think about many things. So when you now start layering the processes, policies, executing, it doesn't quite work. So I think what we need to tear down is have a serious discussion with ourselves across all these fault lines about who we want to be in terms of our integrity, and then we can build on top of that.
So who is supposed to define what the new Nigerian culture should be? Because those people whose houses were seized were not young, were they? They are our fathers. Let's shake the table. They are people's fathers. There are people who get money, and how many of you have seen a big oga and they dash you money and you say, Chairman, hey. There's some of us in this room that have experienced that. Let's be real. So now the question is, and I asked before, who is to make the sacrifice?
Okay.
Is it the youth or is it the government? And they've said it's the youth. So now, how do youth now start to, NOA, National Orientation Agency, may not be the one to do that. But if we're setting the culture socially and with the trends, how do we set the culture of accountability? And I think you were shaking in the...
Or should I just finish it? Okay, good.
I'll just give the two of you the microphone.
Okay, so for me, the first and perhaps most, and thank you very much for the question, most important role of government is to shape the culture of society. It's to build the minds. Once the minds are built, infrastructure will happen, all those things will happen. So in that wise, we can say government has probably failed over decades. What do you mean? Oh, the home, the family. It starts from the family.
Who should build the minds? We're already here.
Yeah, it starts from the family units, the adults. Yeah, you want to go on.
But they've seized houses from the adults.
Yes.
So is it that we're saying that there's a whole generation
no,
lost?
sorry, I see what you mean.
Where do we start?
Society, the youth, we need to hold people responsible. Because and how do you hold them responsible? You said it. If somebody comes down and says, oh, one governor is giving $10,000 outside, they all may empty out. So as long as society continues to celebrate the wrong values, recognize the wrong attributes in people as measures for recognition and success and adulation, you will get that corruption. As long as you have the corruption, you will not get the outcomes. So society needs to check and control the actions of its leaders as well.
So we are the society, the majority. We are
government. Society is government.
So that brings me to something we discussed earlier behind the stage. On Twitter, someone said, courage is when you end up doing something that is bad for you, but because it is the right thing to do. Courage is not when you decide to do the right thing because it benefits you, but it's to do the right thing when it doesn't. So now, let me ask, with that being said, what do we have to do? I'm going to come to you, sir, and then I'm going to come to Mr. Kenneth.
Okay. So, I said earlier, look, nation building is not in rhetoric. It is not in everybody saying that. Because what I like the narrative that Femi used, the Tower of Babel narrative. That will always be a constant. So, who are the ones that will take responsibility? One, how do we deal with the issue of the value system that has been lost? That is pivotal to nation building. And you start building this from the educational system. Again, I say that again. Look, listen. In a few days ago, the president of the US was having a problem to pushing his own agenda within his own party. And what was the issue? The young progressive in his party, who by conviction and commitment, they have a conviction that overrides the president's agenda and the members of the same party. What sort of system threw that up? That is what we have lost as a people and as a nation. That can only be fought through conviction. You cannot tell the youth to do things when there's no conviction in you, the leader, asking them to do it. The youth will never follow you in the right direction if they do not have conviction. How do they build conviction? How do they build commitment? It starts from the school, from the educational system that shapes the culture of a people. And culture is strong. That's why they said, look, maybe Nigeria, are we truly one? we are one if we determine to be, and we always one when it's convenient. So it is ingrained, it is systemic, it is deliberate, and things will always continue to be what they are if we do not begin to engage the need for the reformation that is required from the educational system. I mean, how on earth can happen in this kind of, that's the epitome of development. When some narrative, some young people can say this agenda is not fulfilling our requirement as a group within the same party. That's how societies evolve. And it is not a sprint. It is a long journey. But we must start somewhere with facts, truth, engagement in the truth, with conviction, as you said, and by taking responsibility and demanding accountability at all times.
It sounds easy. They said we are the majority, so we therefore are the society. They've said we should hold them accountable. I think that let's segue into the thing that I like the most, is youth in politics and youth in governance. Because I will ask a question, and I want to see the crowd participation. How many of you aspire for political position? Let's raise your hand if you're aspiring for political position. Let's be honest with ourselves, right? The only way for us to have that happen is for us to support each other. And you mentioned that we all have one cross that we're carrying or another, whether it's that we're a woman, whether it's that we didn't come from the right background, whether it's that we are Muslim or Christian or whatever. But what is that one thing as youth that we can rally behind, that we can say, this is the most important thing for us? So it brings us to youth inclusion in governance and youth inclusion in politics. And I know that a lot of the comments coming from the audience was about that, youth inclusion. And I see some friends that I know who are actively engaged. I myself am actively engaged. But the question now is, in a society where we have a social contract where you respect the adults because their role is to keep history, is to pass down leadership to the next generation. When they are not doing that, they keep holding the baton to themselves. How do we make sure that that baton is passed? And how do we, they said that we have the vote, Abi. We're the majority, right? So how do we make sure that we ensure that we have more youth in positions of power, whether politically, whether in governance, and also to you as well, on boards of companies? On boards, you see maybe one woman and plenty old men. So how do we ensure that youth are included on all levels? So I'll start with Mr. Bruce and then I'll come to you.
So there's a term in the American investment circles. It's called a hostile takeover. So hostile takeover is when you want to buy shares in a company and the shareholders don't want to sell. So you force their hand. And but the beauty about this is that even though the term sounds aggressive and confrontational, it's within the ambit of the law. So what I do recognize is there is a very strong resistance from a very, very strong defender. And if you are to come into that game as a challenger, you must come correct, and you must come with some serious stuff, because these people are not going to hand over. They won't give you that power for any reason whatsoever. So we're going to have to do our homework. It requires economic thinking. It requires social dexterity. It requires political astuteness. You're going to put all of this together in a package and deliver it in a seamless way that would make them peacefully concede. That's my advice.
So, okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Angel. The question of youth in governance and youth in politics is something I'm truly passionate about. I always tell youth and women especially that you need to get involved. We cannot have a situation where, okay, let me give you an instance. If you were to set up a new company, I'm not throwing shade though. Who will you employ? Are you going to employ someone who is at retirement age? Or will you employ someone who has energy and who is vibrant? Or if you're going to war, the battlefield, are you going to take your best and your brightest and your strongest? And one of the issues in Nigeria is that we don't have our best and our brightest in positions of leadership. There's a role for people who are older. They are there to give you guidance, wisdom, and mentorship. But you need people who are agile. You need people who are creative. The old ways are not working anymore. Look at the countries that are led by younger people and the countries that are led by women. And I'm not saying being young is the only solution, please, because there are lots of youth too who have issues. You need a combination of both. You need the capacity and you need to have the agility as well. So there's a role for everybody to play, but it's not going to be handed over to you. So that's why I like the phrase he used, hostile takeover. Most times, you know that there are positions that are for women and they can't find women to give it to. Because a lot of women don't get involved. Women face challenges at home. If you come out, they say you're too forward, you're too this, you know. So there are so many challenges. So when you see a lot of these political parties, sometimes they don't even have women to give these positions to. So you must be confident. It starts with you and I. Nigeria is not going to fix itself. It's not by jackpotting or going to Canada. You know, everybody must get involved. And guess what? You are a leader in your own sphere of influence. You are a leader in your home, in your street, in your community. You can influence people. We must all get involved. We must all join political parties. Everybody has a role to play. You might be a financier. You might be someone who brings up the strategy. You might be the one who goes out to run for office. You might be the one. So everybody has a role to play. And we cannot leave it to others to do it for us. So I always encourage people, be empowered yourself. And you talked about boards. I remember just 7 years ago, I've been practicing law for 8.5 years. You know, and when I stopped working at the law firm where I started out because I was bored, I wanted something interesting. I was looking for a job. I couldn't find one. Guess what? I set up my own law firm. I hired lawyers. Some of the lawyers I hired were older than me. And I had to go toe-to-toe with big law firms. And I had to get those big briefs from national companies, international companies, and so on. It was very difficult. It was blood, sweat, and tears that it took me to get to where I am. But I'm here right now. I'm on stage. And I'm still a youth, and I'm a woman, so it means it's possible. So I want us to have a mindset shift. You can be the solution to the problem. So my take is that more youth need to get involved in politics. Put yourself forward. Don't be afraid. You need to be courageous. You need to take the bull by the horn.
So you've said something. It's not everybody who will be the one that runs.
Yeah.
There are those who mobilize. There are those who finance. But we need to have our act together. And mobilization, I think, is that thing that if it's there and there's a cause to believe in, everybody else will come through. But you said something. We need to be economically strong.
Yes.
And you also said that youth are mostly a dependency class. And you're an entrepreneur. I'm an entrepreneur. Many on this stage are youth and entrepreneurs. How are we going to be able to mobilize ourselves if we don't have the financial resources to mobilize? And what is the role of those youth who have been successful in making sure that we drive this youth agenda?
Something is, I'm so passionate and delighted at what is happening, where we are in the world today. I keep saying that we are at an epoch in the sense that exactly what happened at the dawn of the 20th century is happening again with the invention of the combustion engine. It threw up a new set of entrepreneurs, a new set of leaders, economic leaders, that decided to change the narrative, at least of the United States. All that was powered by a few men who took advantage of that epoch. And they used it to build influence and change the narrative. In Nigeria today, and in connecting with that epoch is the digital economy, the positional economy. The largest participants are the youth. They are more than ready to, if they understand what it is. And I ask a question: how many of the youth wings of the existing parties have a different narrative that is different from what the current leaders are throwing up? What is that agenda? It's same, to my mind, I believe it's the same of same. So what is going to be different? The youth must engage differently. Who are the entrepreneurs that understand what they need to do to support and change this new narrative? Who are the ones that believe in ideals, that believe that they have conviction for something, the change that we all hope to see genuinely, and are truly committed to sacrificing what you said, courage, that can now take courage, regardless of the cost, to be there. So it is a system. Singapore came from third to first world. It wasn't by accident. It was a group of youth led by Lee Kuan Yew, who made a commitment that Singapore will not end like Ghana or Nigeria. It's in the book. When they came here in 1963 to see what we have as democracy, they said they went back to Singapore. What a pathetic line. That to today it beats me. He said they left, I'm quoting him in his book Third to First World by Lee Kuan Yew. He said, we left West Africa having interacted with the ministers and leaders, convinced that these people are not going anywhere, and we will not tailor our leadership according to their pattern. 1963 and now, that word has held constant. So it takes the youth who truly want to effect the change, who are in those political parties, political wing of APC and PDP and all the parties. What is political wing doing? What are they doing? What agenda are they driving? I spoke about the quotas in the US, that they are there and sponsored by a group who wants an influence, who they're subscribing to their ideals and they're committing to it. They're standing their grounds based on the ideals they have, the reason why they're politics. It's not for the I chop thing that took them there. So based on those ideals, they have courage to do and undo, standing on those convictions. That's what we require. That is the fact. That is how we need to change the narrative, and that must be what the youth must do. As my sister said, let them go in, but not go in to go and be same of the same. Go in there with a clear purpose, a clear conviction, and a clear commitment to drive the change strategically, knowing who will be the ones to drive, to finance the change we need to see, who are the ones that will run, who have the ideas to do what needs to be done. That is when we begin to talk seriously about youth taking power. Power cannot be given to you. You must organize to do it legitimately in a way that is strategic and is clear that there's conviction, there's commitment. Then it will happen.
So we've discussed the how and we have asked who. So now I want to bring the questions to the audience. They are the who. We are the who. So if you have any questions in the audience, please raise your hand. Ah, wow, okay. So how will we do this? That gentleman that's waving at you. Wow, okay, that's fine. So this gentleman, let's start with this gentleman in the gray that's standing up first. He was shaking his hand so much, I thought that very violently shaking his hand, it means that this thing is urgent. And the truth of the matter is that this conversation is very urgent.
Thank you very much. Standing on the existing protocol, my name is Abdul Karim Hassan Olayinka. I'm representing the whole of Nigeria here. Yes. Who will effect the changes or who will sacrifice? Let me put it forward to you that the youth will do that. And we are ready. Today, not tomorrow. With the reason, why am I standing here? Permit me to say that there is one cardinal problem that is facing the entire Nigerian youth. What do I mean? Our political career. There are a set of people in this country that are killing our political aspiration. Yes. Who am I referring to? I'm referring to our vice chancellors in the university, our rectors of the polytechnics, the provost of colleges of education and other tertiary institutions. Where am I heading to? Most of our universities and other tertiary institutions today are no longer conducting elections. Rather, they are what? Appointing incompetent people into leadership, into student leadership. That is where our failure is coming from. And I'm putting it forward to the Nigerian government on behalf of the entire Nigerian youth, especially those who are still in the university and other tertiary institutions, that they should be allowed to conduct elections, because that is where they will start their career from. Let me cite an example of Federal University of Technology, Mina, where a student...
that point is noted. Let's not go into the examples, but you are saying that when we're not allowed to exercise the political process in universities, it means that it handicaps us for our later political life. Okay. Any other question? Next question. This lady in the nice blue dress in the front, can we? Okay, sorry, there's a gentleman here. We'll get to you.
Greatest Nigerian youth. My name is Azra Nathaniel Shiima, representing Benue State here. I'm so much interested in this session. You know, when we were talking about the economic situation and how youth can come up to get what is required from them, that is the financial aspect, to run into these political positions. I said, well, you know, any society, any country at all, there are ways you can go to get that which you want. People can have the idea. Like coming to Benue State, where I come from, we, the youth, can exploit the natural resources we have to get that which we want. You get there, you sell, you get money. But there is a very serious problem. It is also here the security aspect. You know, when there is no security, things become very difficult for you to do. So I think the issue of security should be taken very serious care of. Now we were talking of involvement of youth in the paramilitary stops. I would suggest that in such situations, the age youth limit should take at least up to 80%. These people will go on a more volunteer job than, you know, when you take up people that are tired already. They go about, they see that which they want. And then I think the security situation in that aspect will be rescued. And then one other thing, youths that have been involved in this security situation, they are not just doing this. Some of them are doing it because they don't have money. And because they don't have money, they see that these people leading them has this money. And the only way they feel they can go about to get this money is going in that violent way. In this aspect too, I would suggest that federal government has brought up so many investment funds that is given out to the youth. Since we are on the road to see how the Youth Development Commission will be established, I would suggest that Minister of Youth and then the Office of the SSA to the President on Youth should ensure that they follow up how disbursement of this fund goes until it reaches to the very local youth. I think by this, you see that every youth will get that which it requires and will be able to utilize it. And the aspect of even the insecurity that youths are being used because they don't have this, I think it will also reduce.
So what I hear you saying is that we need to make sure that we're including youth economically to prevent them from being engaged in nefarious activities. But, like he said, is youth in the security agencies, and they are also oppressing other youth. So does anyone want to piggyback on that, or you want to wait till we answer? Okay, the next person.
All protocols duly observed. My name is Comrade Benedicta Joshua from the National Youth Council of Nigeria. My take this afternoon is the involvement of women, especially in politics, has been neglected over time. And like you said today, if we want a change, we have to involve women in politics. Now, the women in Nigeria have been sidelined to the kitchen and other things, which is wrong. And in any establishment where a woman is there, you see a big change. That's it. And Another thing I have to emphasize is the disabled. There are some disabled people that still have a way of changing the narrative of the country, and then they are sidelined because they don't know how to speak, or they don't know who to speak to them, or because they can't be in the round table where decisions are being made. So I want us to also look at that area. They are still humans, and they are still Nigerians, and they are still change agents, women and the disability people. That's my take this afternoon. Thank you.
Wonderful. So women, even in the youth population, need to be empowered to be able to have roles so that youth leaders can be women, not just men, and can also be disabled and not just abled. So they're not mutually exclusive. They can overlap, is what you're saying. The gentleman in the, let me go back. I see a youth copper in the back. And I want to really get, there's a lady raising her hand in the back, a youth copper. Please stand up. That lady, a youth copper, with the blonde hair, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Devi Salome. I'm from Bauchi State. And what I have to say is the major factors that is actually affecting us as Nigerians, especially in the public offices, the government offices. In a situation whereby, as a graduate, you know you merit a certain position, but just because you're maybe Igbo or Yoruba, and maybe the director or the commissioner there is not from that place, and I see a lot of favoritism and tribalism and religious difference, and which I wonder why it happened in the public offices. I see a lot of segregation, and it hurts a lot, because a lot of us, most of us as youth, you see somebody actually, he deserves that position, but just because you are not an Igbo person, you can't get there. Or because you are not from the north, they will not give you that seat. They would rather want to give to an illiterate who does not deserve that position, but because he's their brother. So I want to ask the government if the democracy system has turned to monarch system of government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're talking about meritocracy and giving youth a chance because they are qualified. There was a gentleman, yes, in this hat here that raised his hand. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Comrade Etienne Friday Ofongekbe. I'm from Akwa Ibom State. My area of interest in youth inclusiveness in politics and governance. First, I want to say that the cost of running election in Nigeria is too high. Thank God for the direct primaries that have been approved by the Senate. Hopefully, it will be ascended to by His Excellency, the President of Nigeria. That will also help you to participate fully in politics and governance. Again, some youth from my observation have lost interest in politics. Thank God for some of us that are here. If you go through the just concluded Big Brother Nigeria House, you will see the numbers of votes that we have from there. Compare that to the election of this country. How many youths are fully involved? So we need to revitalize the hope for our people to make sure we participate in politics and governance. How do we do that? To make sure that the next primaries that will be conducted will not be of that of the political party, but INEC should be the one to conduct primaries for candidates, for youth, so that we can be sure of the process. Not a big man to stay somewhere and nominate, even if it's a young person, nominate his children or his relatives to be there. The next point is that if we are talking about youth inclusiveness in this governance, I want to challenge the federal government to make sure that out of 36 ministers we have, at least 15 of them should be youth at the age of 25 to 35, so that we can know that, yes, they really have what at hand, and they think well for us. But in a case that you have people who are more than 60, somebody who was in government from 1999 will still be in government today. We are not sincere to ourselves. We must be sincere to ourselves in this direction. That is my point. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. In fact, A friend of mine at the age of, in her mid-20s, was made minister in her country. I was so happy for her. But when looking in Nigeria, it pained me. I was like, minister in her country. So I understand what you're saying. Ministerial appointments, board appointments, as well as across all appointments, there should be significant youth inclusion. There was a gentleman who raised his hand, and I don't want him to feel like I did not pick him because he's not a youth. But because youth are inclusive, we will allow you ask your question, sir, in the purple. Please feel free to. You can.
Means that once you carry a party card, you go there. Your one vote will count as the chairman of the party. Use it. Engage the people that are in governance. And ensure that you put the right people. If you do that, you will change the narrative. It is direct primaries. It's no longer indirect primaries. So in every town, you can install the person you want. Let it not be like when, remember that the youths have governed this country before. That was what put us into war. If you remember that reign, they were 30-something years and so. We need a synergy between the old people and the intelligent young people. Use it, the youth, so that you can change the narrative. God bless us.
So these are the kind of elders that we need with us, that are ready to give us the information that we need to take power. I think this gentleman mentioned something, which was Big Brother, very popular. I think I will join Big Brother so that I can get votes on Big Brother, and I hope that those people that follow me will now vote for me when I decide to run for office. So now I'm told that we have comments online. I think you want to read just one or two, then we'll go back to questions from the audience.
Okay, so we have a comment coming from Philip Tiogun. I'm really enjoying today's sessions. Yesterday, women took the avenue to discuss women advocacy instead of youth, women inclusiveness in governance. So we have another person here who's saying they carry out empowerment for only a few youth. Only 15% of youth benefit from it. I don't know where he got this data. And it is very poor in grading our nation. Someone else also says, our leaders don't take us seriously. Age is just a number. The future belongs to the youth today.
Thank you so much. So can we just take two more very short comments? Then we'll now bring it back to the panel to respond to what it is that you're saying. And I see a lot of hands, but the other thing I will say is let us also continue this conversation on social media, even when we get outside of this space. So please, I love your Adira, by the way. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Omoluabi Abidemi Samuel. I represent Yoruba Council of Youth worldwide. I love this program. And why do I love it? The problem we are having lies with we, the youth. We are not ready to take over. We are just saying it because power is not served on the table. And before you can take it, you need to be intellectually mobile. You need to be economically savvy. Now, where I want the panelists to help us is how the youth can be empowered economically. I want you to know something. I am an agric entrepreneur. I process gari. They can eat my gari all over the world. But because I belong to that unit that used to confront people that thought they are powerful, they will never patronize you. Because they know if you are rich, you will challenge them. How are we going to solve that? Now, when you are talking...
Okay, thank you very much. Just because of time. So that's economic power for the youth. How do we make sure that youth are economically activated? And I think that comes with what he said, hire more youth. But one more question, I will allow, I don't want to choose so that you guys will not say I'm paying favor. Actually, I will choose. I'm a woman and I'm a youth. So, madam with the head covering in the hair, stand up, yes, you. Go ahead, ask your question.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols duly observed. My name is Rafiat Atonda, and I'm a member of the European Union Youth Sounding Board. So my question is around, feedback mechanism, because young people have talked about a lot of things today. Somebody talked about the fact that in civil service there is meritocracy, there is favorism, and so much more. So I want to know that when young people complain about certain things, is there a feedback mechanism for them? And if yes, are there consequences? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, so that's a lot. And we have just a limited amount of time to respond. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give the panel the choice. Pick the question that you want to respond to. You have less than 2 minutes each to be able to respond. So who would like to start? Mr. Femi.
It's a lot. Thank you very much. But again, there's a constant thread. Narratives and silos. We're not talking about the solutions. Somebody mentioned ethnicity. When the people you accuse of stealing money work together, they work across ethnicity, religion, age, and gender, and every other silo you can think, because they have a common objective of looting those resources. So when you come to holding them accountable or trying to, you present yourself with all these silos. That is one. So again, it's a narrative. 2, the youth have an inherent advantage of vigor that you described. They're young. But they could profit from wisdom. Because when you merge these two, especially in this generation that benefited from technology, then you can have of youth we are trying to say. But to keep making it sound as if age is the determinant of outcomes is wrong. In Indonesia, they had to call back President Suharto at 92 years old to come and fix the mess. After 30 years that, look, we have everything, please sir, come and help us. So the men who ran Nigeria in the 60s were in their 20s. They were young. General Gowon was 28 when he ran Nigeria. Ojukwu was 31 when the Biafra War exploded. There are some who will argue that maybe if older men they listen to, we would not have had a war at all. So I don't want us to keep thinking in silos. People talked about women in politics. But our environment is very tough for women. We need to make it easier. Political meetings take place at night, all sorts of clandestine activity. However, it doesn't. After the men have gone to war for in a sense, yeah, and when the offices have been allocated, I think Ministry of Finance in Nigeria has been run by only women for the past 15 years, where the money is going to be, the resources will be superintended, has been run by women. We have seen women hold the most powerful portfolios in Nigeria, petroleum, and wield power, real power. So again, when we go into all these siloed discussions, we are not talking about the real problem. How do we forge the character of the Nigerian so that it doesn't matter whether it's a woman, youth, old person, there is that character attribute that can really lead to sustainable and sustained development into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I'd just like to take the question around empowerment that he asked. How do we economically empower the youth? How do we become... Now, the first thing is, I think we take responsibility first and foremost as youth. Secondly, he said, if the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? And that foundation is hint on what he said. And part of since character, conviction, commitment. Today, I met a young man, a youth, who, through this same economy and toils, has, by dint of his capability and commitment, used scrap metal, and has one product that is selling for 50 million naira. That's the Shogo, that thing you see there, a youth. And I understand this gentleman lectures in 5 American universities as a youth. And his work is in so much demand that he's making something to happen. But most importantly, if you recognize the times that you are at, the times that we're in today. I am a student of the Bible. It says, sons of Issachar could discern the times. This is a time set and made for the youth. The positional economy is wired for the youth. I keep going back to this narrative, I beg you. Look, read history. At the end of the 20th century, something changed in the world. Those that understood that took the commanding height of that world. This epoch belongs to the youth because that is their world. The way we do things completely. Don't forget, at that time, there were no road contractors. Because of the combustion engine, there were no aircrafts, there was no airport, there was no skyscrapers because no machines to build them. One single epoch allowed that to happen. That is what happens when some people understood the meaning of that. Today, Nigerian youth have that opportunity to change the narrative because your relevance, more than ever before, is. So with that comes economic power that can use to change the political narrative. Your Gary business, I hope you know that you can no longer succeed by selling raw produce, value added. What are you doing with value added with your business? A young Nigerian, I'm told, is selling agbalumo, turned it to alcohol. Then he sells a bottle for 5,000 naira. A young Nigerian. So your narrative, your responsibility to dig out. But of course, the new environment was created for you to thrive. That's why security is so important. It is the primary responsibility of government to provide that. But you see, things can be fixed in that domain. I won't go into that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll now come to my sister here.
Okay, thank you. I want to respond to the question about how do you finance politics? And yeah, 2 minutes. So I would say crowdfunding. I'm sure a lot of you have heard about it. The Big Brother example, a lot of people vote, you know. So you might not have 10 billion in your account, but the 10,000 naira you have, 5,000 naira you have, if 100 people, 1,000 people put it together, that's something. So we need a critical mass and we need to collaborate. Then the question around tribalism that my sister here was talking about, it's a big problem in Nigeria. People are killing themselves for their tribe and their religion, but we're all created by God. You don't choose whether you're Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa. It's something that we're just naturally found ourselves. So we must learn to think as one, Nigeria first, not our tribe first. And a lot of leaders use it to divide and conquer us. We must be wise this time around. Don't let anybody deceive you. Oh, it's the turn of this person, it's the turn of that person. Please, vote for competence, vote for merit. Do not be deceived. And the final point about how do you empower yourself? That was a very, very good question because money, even the Bible says money answers all things. So start with what is in your hands. Do not lose hope. I bring you a message of hope. People have succeeded from Nigeria. People have started Nigerian companies that have gone on to dominate Africa and even the world. People are looking for the youth in Africa to invest in. Let your businesses be investment ready. Collaborate. Do not be a local champion. Don't try to do it all by yourself. And then think as a global citizen. Think beyond Nigeria. Export your services. Export your goods. The world is looking for Africa. Look at the music industry. Davido, Wizkid. They are dominating, even our fashion. So use what is in your hand. Also, continue to hold governments accountable. I just want to quickly talk about this platform, Africa Policy Conversations. we're engaging, I'm done. I'm actually done.
Okay.
We're engaging the youth, we're engaging policymakers. So look us up and get involved. Thank you.
What is your handle?
Africa Policy Conversations across all social, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The world is a global village. There is a saying that Rome was not built in a day. As young people, these are things we know. And for that reason, I must say that we have to be consistent. We must not lose hope. Whatever we do, let us continue to do and improve on what we do. The first panelist, the first section, the young man that sat here, God's time, is it? He said something about the not too young to run. It's a new development. It wasn't like that before. So you can see that the political space is changing. And for that reason, the youth must not at this point in time give up. Because when you continue and when you are consistent, you are going to improve on what you have now. But if you give up, then you might probably drag us back to the 60s. God forbid. May that not be the situation.
Amen.
When we talk about empowerment, when we talk about empowerment for political gains or political aspirations, let us also know that of a truth, money is needed for politics. But there are instances like people like Obama. Obama was not having money when he started vying for political positions. He used what he had, social media, and the youth has that in their hands. If you could advocate, take advantage of social media, that will bring you out, that makes you popular. And I tell you, you won't know within a short time, you will not need money, but just that popularity for you to achieve that political ambition that you want to achieve. I stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So mine is, I think, just quick advice. I think the sum total of all of what was said is just more equality and more fairness, more participation for the youth. But in all honesty, I don't think you will be given what you seek on the terms you want them. They'll be given to you on terms that are, steep. So I think the first thing is to be realistic, to have a realistic understanding of what you're up against. I think in consulting they call it scoping. You have to have the right scope of your intervention. If not, you would actually have a problem. Number two is you have to use what you have to get what you want. The world is a capitalist place and nobody is going to give you freebies. I'm really, the youth, in conclusion, what is the youth? Because we keep on saying youth. The truth about it is that an adolescent will one day be a youth. An old man was once a youth. So youth is just a path that you go through in your journey of life. But then, if that's the case, then what they do about this youth thing that we keep talking about? Well, the real issue, I think, is productivity. The real value proposition that the youth has is energy and productivity. And it doesn't seem that we are using that value proposition in the right way. So your real power is your ability to produce, to create, to innovate. And if you utilize that, you will take it over. So that's my own piece.
Fantastic. So there you have it. I think we've gotten the best out of this panel. They've said be active, mobilize in your parties, use your innovation, show capacity. They have said be accountable. Make sure that you keep your promises to those people who are willing to follow you, and be accountable. They said be inclusive, support and uplift other youth, especially those who cannot advocate for themselves. They have said empower, don't suppress. Make sure that you can use things like crowdfunding, but be honest. and don't become what it is that we fear. Don't become those things that we said are not allowing us to grow. And then they've said, be responsible, be courageous, do what is right and not what is beneficial. Don't sell your birthright. And lastly, they've said, sacrifice for Nigeria. Do it not just for you, but do it for the greater and better good and for the future youth. Not because you will benefit from youth opportunities, because your children will benefit from the sacrifices that you make. So we are one, and we are one Nigerian youth. So on that note, I thank you, and I pray that each and every single one of us will take what we have agreed on today back to our communities to effect meaningful change for youth inclusion and social justice. Thank you very much, and thank you to all the panelists and to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Angel. Thank you so much. Please, can we have a group photograph? Group photo session. Thank you. To wrap up. Thank you very much as we prepare for the next and the last session. Once again, thank you to Mr. Femi Adiabo, Mr. Wale Olaoye, Dr. Angel Adelajakuye, Ms. Chineye Wanaka, Mr. Bruce Ayonote, and Mr. Kenneth Aimufia. We're being asked if some youth are asking if they can join photo session. Some youth are asking if they can join photo session.